Night settles upon the vastness of the ocean, a silent tapestry woven of moonlight and midnight swell. Within this hush, strange silhouettes appear on the water, hulking forms adrift without a living soul in sight. They are the so-called ghost ships, vessels once spirited away by fate or folly, only to surface again, unclaimed and unbound by time. Some are said to glide gently in the waves, seemingly guided by invisible hands. Others emerge after decades lost, their stories carved in rust and barnacles. Each arrival hints at an unfinished tale, of vanished crews and goods left untouched, of captains' logs frozen in half-written thought. In such moments, the sea itself feels alive, whispering secrets of unforeseen storms and desperate decisions. These apparitions invite us to linger in the spaces where fact and folklore converge, prompting us to wonder, where do these wandering phantoms come from, and where do they truly go? Let us embark on a voyage through time and ice, a journey into the heart of the Arctic, where mysteries as ancient as the ice itself silently drift upon the cold winds. This is a tale that threads the fabric of history and enigma, where the SS Bechimo holds its place as both myth and maritime reality. The Arctic, a realm of endless white and silence, fosters stories that have shaped the imagination of those who dared venture into its harsh beauty. Within its frozen domain, the Bechimo's story resonates, a ghost ship adrift, haunting the vast, treacherous waters for decades, a spectral presence that still kindles curiosity and wonder. Born in the shipyards of Gothenburg, Sweden in 1914, the SS Bechimo was crafted to withstand the Arctic's formidable embrace. She was a cargo steamship serving the Hudson's Bay Company, uniting remote settlements with vital trade. Her passage was not just a journey across icy expanses, it was a lifeline, an anticipated event awaited eagerly by the isolated communities that relied on her deliveries. As she navigated through the unforgiving elements, the Bechimo did more than carry goods. She became a cherished bridge between worlds, an enduring symbol navigating a profound tapestry of ice and snow. But in the autumn of 1931, the Arctic showed its unpredictable face, imprisoning the Bechimo within a grip stronger than any human construction. Trapped by relentless ice, her crew, skilled and accustomed to facing such challenges, found themselves at the mercy of unforgiving nature. With supplies dwindling and survival uncertain, they were forced to make a difficult choice. Abandoning the steel sanctuary that had been both protector and home, they embarked on a treacherous journey back to civilization, leaving the Bechimo to her fate. Little did they know, the Bechimo was not destined to vanish, but instead to become a mystery, an unsolved riddle, a ship freed from the bind of human hands, wandering silently across the Arctic's icy reaches. What followed was an evolution from abandoned vessel to legend as she embarked on a ghostly dance, a solitary traveler in a frozen sea. Inuit hunters and explorers whispered of her sightings, a surreal silhouette adrift between the jagged icebergs, appearing and disappearing as if by magic, a specter that embroiled itself in the collective unconscious of those who shared her icy domain. Each encounter added chapters to the Bechimo's ethereal saga, each sighting layering more intrigue onto her legend. Attempts were made to board the elusive ship, yet she remained an enigma. To see the Bechimo was to witness the uncanny, to be offered a fleeting glimpse into a parallel world where ships navigated the mysterious boundary between seen and unseen. Her presence, tethered as it was to the Arctic expanse, was both a tangible echo and a ghostly whisper, both real and mythic. The world evolved as decades slipped by, yet the Bechimo continued her spectral journey, a living relic of a bygone era floating amidst the cold and white. Her image, carried forward by the tales of those who sighted her, became an emblem of mystery and perseverance, a shadowy reminder of the human connection to a land that defied taming. The tale of the Beichimo drifted from the past to the present, surviving through retellings and imaginings, a shadowy fixture surviving in the Arctic's dreamscape. Scientific minds sought to demystify her enigmatic existence, analyzing oceanic flows and the behaviors of polar ice. These rational inquiries attempted to chart the ghostly roots of the Beichimo, attributing her wandering to natural forces that disguised and revealed her as the seasons changed. Yet, without complete data, these explanations remained part of the puzzle that she left behind, adding depth to her allure. The ghost ship danced between the boundaries of folklore and science, a living story waiting to unfold, not fully captive to logic or myth. For artists and storytellers, the Beichimo evolved into a symbol, a canvas on which to embroider expansive interpretations. To some, she represented a spirit of eternal exploration, refusing the confines of any port or purpose. Others perceived her as a haunting reminder of the frailty of human intention against the undeniable might of the natural world. Her story transcended its immediate implications, growing into a metaphor for the very nature of existence, encapsulating our own journeys across the seas of time and memory. Within the fragile Arctic communities, tales of the Beichimo wove themselves into the fabric of shared identity. Her legend was not merely a story of a ship, but a thread that tied together generations, offering both mystery and community in a stark and isolated world. Her spectral passage became part of the collective lore, the tales mutating and sustaining in the manner of all great myths, preserving wonder in the words spoken by mouth and heart alike. Even in the expanse of modern storytelling, the Beichimo's legend endures, manifesting in the myriad expressions of popular culture. Ghost ships like the Beichimo appear as symbols within the pages of novels or frame the plots of films and shows, echoing the fascination that they strike within our imaginations. Shaped by our enduring quest for meaning, the Beichimo transcends the simple concept of a ship adrift, becoming instead a representation of a deeper journey, a reflection within the storylines we construct to explain our world. In life, as in the story of the Beichimo, silence grants depth to the narrative, allowing us to embrace the unknown and engage with the stillness between questions. This enigmatic ghost ship encourages us to pause, to reflect on our own need for understanding and the fickle nature of time's passage. The Beichimo's legacy whispers throughout moments of contemplation, a muse for those attuning themselves to history's murmurings and the harmonies of the unseen. In the untamed and unrelenting Arctic, nature itself stands as the guardian of mystery, holding its icy secrets with an aloof grace. The Beichimo, assimilated into this natural order, embarked on a journey through time and sea, her route guided by forces beyond the comprehension of human navigators. Any story of the Beichimo inevitably traverses the daunting beauty and isolation of the Arctic landscape, reminding us that not all mysteries are meant to be unraveled, and not every voyage has a final destination. Many ships have shared her legendary stature, from tales foretold in bygone eras to contemporary stories yet to be written. The Beichimo exists within a continuum of maritime myths, alongside specters such as the fabled Flying Dutchman, forever part of a larger nautical folklore. Through these tales, the boundaries of reality blur into legend, encouraging us to consider the expansive and unknown realms that await beyond the purview of certainty and science. Perhaps more than anything, The Beichimo's tale endures because of our inherent fascination with the inexplicable, an invincible curiosity held at the heart of the human experience. Her ghostly wanderings captivate as symbols of untold stories that tease but never fully satisfy our yearning for closure and understanding. In life, as in legend, we find purpose in seeking the answers to our most intriguing questions, drawing lessons from the way mystery fuels both inquiry and imagination. Efforts in the realm of technology, spanning from satellite imaging to analytics, have striven to grasp the elusive tracks left by the Beichimo across time and ice. Instead of confining her within rational borders, the technology reveals itself as yet another dimension of the narrative, reflecting the symbiotic interaction between mysteries and modernity. Ghost ships like the Beichimo remain beyond the reach of technological forensics, demanding reverence rather than conquest, enjoining us to embrace wonder as part of our journey forward. For the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, the Beichimo was more than a curious phenomenon. She was a part of their landscape, her drifting presence woven into the cycles of life and environment. They understood the ship's haunting persistence as more than a mystery. Aligned in accord with the complex harmony of the world they inhabited, she signified continuity, a bridge between tradition and present, demanding acknowledgement and respect for the rhythms of both nature and history. The narrative of the Beichimo incorporates speculative glimpses, sightings near distant shores like Yaquina Bay, extending her mythic reach into diverse maritime cultures. It is in such tangents that her enigma deepens, blurring the lines between reality and imagination, offering expansive flights of fantasy where her hull sailed precariously balanced on the knife edge of truth and tale. In the galleries and museums that celebrate maritime curiosities, the Beichimo continues to compel, her story thriving within exhibitions that revel in the true and the imagined. Her tale, expressed through artwork and echoes of her voyage, stands as testimony to the beguiling and timeless capacity of the human race to explore beyond visible horizons and craft creative visions from the mythos of ghostly apparitions. Within the sinuous currents and shifting icebergs of the Arctic Sea, the Beichimo's odyssey persists, directed by elements as ancient and eternal as the earth itself. Her journey widens to illustrate the interplay of natural forces, caressing the skein of ice and water in a voyage that encompasses poignant reflections of our shared past and future. Through her, the mysteries of the ocean heed no boundary, compelling an ongoing engagement with the captivating core of the unknown. Her spectral voyage over the Arctic's silver canvas embodies a fleeting poetic elegance, a symphony in motion governed by the timeless interplay between nature and expedition. The Beichimo's tale, ephemeral and enduring, serves as an allegory of existence, a dance where specters brush delicately against reality, leaving impressions within the imagination, curved into infinity. For those venturing into discovery, the Beichimo becomes an archaeological spectacle of possibility, a pathway through the layers of myth and truth, where each chimera enhances understanding and ancient whispers touch upon curious minds. Her drifting presence leaps beyond historical facts, anchoring into a deeper meditation on life's mysteries, offering a vivid pathway across time's uncharted seas. On the mirrored surface of the Arctic Ocean, the Beichimo, whether real or imagined, recounts a tale of eternity, reflecting the longings of those who seek her. Enabling us to grasp life's ebb and flow, she transports us to the intersections of reality and dream. Her odyssey urges us to pursue those stories borne upon shifting tides, a convergence of sea and self, where the voyage never truly ends. In the realm of ghostly tales, both skepticism and belief chart paths of potential and revelation. The Bechimo, her enduring enigma resonating throughout, invites a dance between doubt and possibility, revealing that to fully embrace the mystery is to allow each element to illuminate the revolution of the narrative. Unity in inquiry cultivates an ever-moving canvas, the colors of which shift with the tides of our understanding. Every ship in maritime annals stands at a vanishing point where history converges with speculation. A passage where some stories, like that of the Bechimo, linger between worlds. Her myth dissolves into this crux, intertwining with cinematic depictions and contemporary imaginations, enduring not as a single vanishing endpoint, but as an evolving narrative. In her timeless journey, the Bechimo connects threads of reality, fantasy, and perception, maintaining her presence as a guiding beacon within the currents of the maritime legend. The MV Joyita embarked on its fateful journey across the vast stretches of the South Pacific Ocean on a serene October morning in 1955. Known for its reliability and resilience, the Joyita had traversed numerous storms in its storied past. Born as a luxury yacht in the 1930s before serving valiantly during the wartime as a patrol boat, it had garnered a reputation for its sturdiness. This journey, supposed to bridge the distance between Samoa and the Tokelau Islands, was to be completed in a span of merely 2 days. Yet little did those 25 souls aboard know that this voyage would engrave itself eternally into the annals of maritime mysteries, heralding the Joyita as a modern ghost ship. Despite its smaller frame, the MV Joyita's illustrious history spoke volumes of its steadfastness. Mariners held its duralumin hull and wooden deck houses in high regard, recognizing the vessel's capacity for dependable service. Crew members, in tune with its rhythms, navigated the sea under the unassuming guise of trust toward nature and each other, unaware of the enigmas lying in wait. As the ship sailed through the gentle pulse of azure waves, an air of quiet foreboding seemed to linger behind its confident gait, obscured by unyielding shadows of uncertainty woven into the fabric of its being. Its departure marked an ordinary bid of peace between human endeavor and the sea's eternal dance. Under the seasoned command of Captain Thomas H. Miller, the Joyita slipped into the Pacific, while the initial dialogue between man and ocean was tranquil, mirroring the placidity in the sky above. The crew manned their stations with precision, gripped by a sense of routine comfort, while passengers basked in the gentle anticipation of novel shores. But within the ripples and winds, a subtle shift brewed beneath the surface, blending with the twilight to hint at the unfathomable mysteries that awaited. As twilight folded into the horizon, the Joyita vanished into an obscurity that conjured questions, suspending time within its expanse. By the third day, anxious whispers replaced tales of ease in Apia, flowing into an undercurrent of dread. The vessel remained silent, shunning contact, the calls reaching only taciturn echoes. No trail marked its trek to the Tokelau Islands, and no distress signals pierced the air. It seemed to have dissolved into the ocean's canvas, its presence eroded by the quietude of disappearance. A harrowing search unfolded, a sweeping embrace of sky and sea seeking traces of the wayward vessel. Naval forces, aviators, and local seafarers lent their vigilance, carving through the spectral essence that shrouded the ocean only to find resolute silence arrayed before them. Fragmented hopes found no buoyancy along navigated routes or uncharted islands. The sea, vast and mute, retained its secrets, holding the Joyita within an invisible grasp of its depths. As time wore on, The Joyita's absence wove itself into a tapestry of enigmas, cemented in tales destined to echo, unresolved, across the corridors of maritime history. Nearly a month elapsed before the ghostly specter of the MV Joyita resurfaced, the vast ocean surrendering its hold in a moment of revelation. On November 10, 1955, the Royal New Zealand Air Force, during a reconnaissance mission, spotted the ship adrift, listing moodily, captured against the horizon like a torn parchment. Quixotic yet haunting, it loomed troubled, the silhouette of emptiness portraying a poignant contrast to its storied inception. Boarding the Joyita, rescuers were met with a tableau of haunting quietude, where signs of human presence lingered as relics of a bygone moment. Personal belongings abandoned in haste, forgotten amidst a tapestry of haste and chaos, juxtaposed with uncanny silence. Its radio, tuned to an emergency channel, sat impotent despite the ordeal, devices strewn without whisper of aid. A doctor's open notebook and untouched provisions spoke of intentions unrealized, while its aura bore witness to a forlorn energy unanchored in time or tide. The absence of living presence amplified the ship's ethereal resonance, transforming it into a spectral emblem of unspoken mysteries. Within the ship's heart, the engine room, lay the mystery wrapped in silence. Water had crept into its confines, whispered whispers of emergencies unbreathed, yet instruments like the bilge pumps had lain unused, functional guardians untouched by urgency. A cracked and leaking cooling pipe suggested fragility, yet the structural soundness belied chaos. The engines, silent sentinels of captive potential, added layers to the enigma. Unfound fuel and unused lifeboats spoke in paradoxes of routine suppression. Here, within this mechanical sanctum, the equilibrium of maritime reliability ruptured, leaving the last hours absorbed within an oceanic enigma, impenetrable, unsorted, as the currents that trace the world's edge. What baffled investigators further were the parcels aboard, the untouched cargo that remained statically secure within their domains. Laden with medical supplies, timber, and sustenance, these intended resources for the Tokelau Islands rested undisturbed despite the ship's desolation. Paradox uncoiled within. If evacuation ensued, why sidestep necessity in desperation? Each parcel observed, yet their unguarded state left resonances unspoken, questioning whether clues lingered inanimate, a trail obscured beneath undisturbed tranquility. This mysterious static posture of the cargo filled investigators' minds with endless theories and visions. Was there a hidden malady, an untold hazard invoking fearful passage into the ocean's concealment? Or had human intention locked aboard potential, ignored in the hour of uncertainty? Each questioning gesture illuminated the enigma's overarching shadow, leaving within the maritime mystery chasms of speculation where logic felt, found, and formed no cohesive bond. In the labyrinthine web woven around the MV Joyita, divergent theories emerged like spectral apparitions, each sculpting the enigma with distinct paradigms. Some suggested a calamitous affliction might have breached the crew, yet survival instincts honed across ages often resist such singularity. Skepticism grew as discordant ideas and absent grounding sharpened the theoretical landscape, conjectures clashing with instincts tempered by historical continuum. Another current tugged toward piracy's shadowed implication, invoking visions of clandestine marauders distorting reality in forced exodus. Yet threads unraveled upon exposure to the scene's silent picture, untouched cargo, absent scuffles, attuning anew to the conundrum's enduring mystique. Even whispers of clandestine boarding faced the denial of shadows etched in timeless doubt. Across this tableau, intricate silhouettes intertwined with inception, revealing the fraught marriage between certainty's yearning and discovery's limits, an existential parallel reflecting humanity's face toward the incomprehensible void. In the myriad chapters of spectral lore, the MV Joyita assumed a place among seafaring vessels marked by dissonance between intention and resolution. Ghost ships adrift from controlled certainties into the mysterious continuum of time. Each float, a lonely departure into unknown realms where silence married soundless absence to whisper shared tales into winds holding lived memories hostage. Beyond facts, the story forged into human imagination through corridors leading nautical discourse. It infiltrated culture's vibrant tapestry as storytellers embraced the surreal tapestry of tangible and spectral, inviting the essence where the possibilities offered alternative worlds across creative dimensions. An archetype born of bewilderment, the tale ripples through psyche, dissolving boundaries and inviting metaphysical excursions, revealing more than conspiracy within childhood paradigms tempered by wonder and awe. The saga resonates as illuminated muse, inspiring film, literature, and art across genres, a beacon guiding humanity's efforts into boundless depths, unfurling the longing for knowledge amid the liquid dimensions of experiential uncertainty. Transcending mundane conventions, the Joyita's timeless mythos unfurls its legacy as an odyssey mingling reality with consciousness's limitless embrace toward perennial truths. And within this collision of fact and fiction lies a mirror, refracting curiosity and echoing fascination within unfolding mysteries that harness shared visitation of essence, imagination, existence, and the dialectical quest for enlightenment amid oceanic expanse. Beyond visible presence, the haunting narrative becomes the continuum where each wave, seen and unseen, laps against the unknown, urging questions regarding loss and renewal. Upon these waters float the corporeal and non-corporeal, where nautical legend whispers into shared truth across millennia, each mile outbound, an inviting passage beckoning deeper into awareness, mystery, and ancient understanding. Sea, conduit of spirits and vessels, becomes the infinite tapestry upon which expectation anchors alongside the eternal flow of silent inspirations. Thus, in the wake left by the absence lies a profound emptiness fueled by existential pondering within human temporality, intermingling of the spiritual and the secular congealed into narratives transcending chronology. The MV Joyita, its voyagers veiled in tumultuous tide, plunges beyond ontological grasp, offering portals to our deepest contemplations, bridging the seen with the unseen and continuing upon tides that link the known with the ethereal realms of eternal inquiry. In the whispers of maritime legend, the story of the Carol A. Deering emerges like a specter from the mist. This majestic five-masted schooner, a vestige of the last era of wind-powered vessels, once navigated the vastness of the oceans with grace. A mere echo of its former glory, this ship, built in 1919, embarked on what seemed an ordinary voyage from Norfolk, aiming to return from Rio de Janeiro after a simple delivery of coal. Yet by 1921, it would be transformed into a ghost ship legend, grounded off the North Carolina coast at Diamond Shoals, eerily vacant of its crew and shrouded in enigma. Diamond Shoals stands as a notorious graveyard of ships, its waters deceptive and treacherous, ensnaring vessels that dare to traverse its paths. For the Carol A. Deering, these shifting sands and currents formed the stage for its final, baffling act. Amidst tales of cunning wreckers who exploited the perils of this region, the Deering's sudden silence and stranded state presented a tableau that confounded logic. This grounding, initially dismissed as yet another maritime casualty, concealed a deeper, chilling mystery. When rescue crews arrived, they uncovered a haunting scene. Meals untouched on tables, a ghostly preparedness for a return that would never come, and a stark emptiness where voices should have echoed. The Coast Guard's discovery on January 31st stirred imaginations far and wide. Lifeboats were absent, but the personal effects of the crew remained undisturbed. The captain's log and navigational tools, those intimate witnesses to the ship's journey, were nowhere to be found. This void of evidence only accentuated the urgency and confusion of an abrupt abandonment. Was it a mutiny, a calculated vanishing, or something far more inscrutable urging their departure into the unknown? The human element of the crew's disappearance has fueled countless theories, each attempting to piece together the elusive truth behind their fates. Mutiny lingered as a plausible suggestion. Discontent ripened over lengthy voyages, and authority was often contested. Yet no member of the culturally diverse crew ever reappeared to vindicate this possibility. The theory of piracy, a fearsome visage along these waters, faltered when faced with the ship's virtually unladen state. While paranormal explanations offered entry into a realm of mythic tales akin to the Bermuda Triangle, the Deering's journey never intersected those infamous waters. These oracle-like excuses float without resolution in the sea of human reckonings. Could piracy's sinister grip have seized the vessel, targeting not its non-existent riches, but its potential stories? Perhaps its robust structure enticed those seeking to commandeer a vessel more valuable for its power than goods. Yet again, the Deering's condition belied any struggle. Instead, it invited whispers of supernatural forces wrapped in maritime lore, which even scientists cannot fully unravel. These have lingered in collective memory, leaving stains of wonder rather than evidence upon the sea's mind. The looming specter of mutiny finds refuge in the uncertainties surrounding navigational instruments and the Deering's final actions. Perhaps dissent simmered beneath false orders, hidden behind hands plotting against authority. In Rio de Janeiro, port whispers trailed the Deering, hinting at conflicts unspoken. Regardless, these tales find no respite, buried beneath ocean swells and time's indifferent passing. On January 28th, the Deering's last known correspondence with the Cape Lookout lightship intriguingly portrayed a request about lost anchors, spoken in a voice unfamiliar to their captain. This cryptic encounter poses further questions about who steered the euphemiously captained vessel thereafter. The silence from distress signals deepens the mystery, casting an unyielding shadow on the typical narratives of storms or trepidation that might mire such vessels. While the Carolina's stormy tempests may be a harbinger of doom for ships, reports describe their absence during the Deering's voyage. Those who followed trade and wind found nothing to predict disaster upon its course. The quiet, tidy shipboard as found suggests an orderly, if not voluntary, evacuation, one at odds with a scene of weather-induced panic. The unpredictability of climatic curse wrought no tangible imprint upon these sailors' departure. An exploration of the geopolitical climate of post-World War I unrest adds its own dimension of possibility. The swaggering clandestine enterprises of smuggling and secret commerce, especially against the backdrop of American prohibition, inhale speculation towards darker designs beneath the ship's apparent simplicity. Hidden within its bones, the hypothesis emerges that the Deering chanced upon a network unwilling to leave its undertakings disturbed. Embedded within the mariners of the Deering, superstitions once held in reverence reveal another layer, a peculiar perspective from those who yearn for the sea. Were there signs of foreboding on this passage, omens that urged the crew to evade fate's hand? For those seafarers whose faith tangled with superstition, could an unbidden sight or whisper have compelled upon them divergence from their course of dreams? Lifeboats missing from their stations suggest a deliberate departure, a palpable tension marking the crew's exodus into uncertainty. Did they leap fearfully from the comforting known to the wide expanse of an ocean's mercy? The wide search yields nothing but silence as empty vessels drift alongside their hollow origin. Here, within the unwritten sea chart of lost intentions, lies a whisper of human improvisation eclipsed by mystery's tenacious embrace. The Deering, like a wayward child returned from the sea's embrace to the shoal's arms, draws us to contemplate the turning of narrative tides. In its resting place, it stands serene, yielding to natural art's tender etching over time as nature and man converge in abstraction. The hull, becoming silent over years of attrition, stories encapsulated within forgotten drafts of mystery unfurl. Inquiries sprang forth from every branch of government to interrogate the specter of this light-hearted schooner. Piracy, mutiny, and hazard flirted with fact-finding, while no conclusion drew forth from its unwound knell. While ship logs lay vacant, potential routes flickered in all aspiring journalistic grandeur, tantalizing as enigmatic pages left bare of print. Night after night, creation, legend, and agency midwife the Deering's myth. Classified documents released in later years unearthed no final truths, vacillating between shadow and disclosure. These whispers released from governmental vaults provoked further society-blossomed curiosity, straining belief and wild conjecture over any whispered sign of misdeeds, myth locked beyond as keeper of ghostly tales. The questions persist, hovering beyond the artificial scaffold of certainty. Along the soul of the Carolinian coasts, hearts gather in reverence of the Deering, infusing this enigma into the community's lore. Nestled amidst the cradle of legend stand stories of ancestors and children repeated in tone, reflective amongst whispering trees. This union of humanity and the mythos of oceanic hauntings cloves a connection unto the coastal spirit. The echo of each sailor reverberates across the generations, flesh turned myth, trading in dreams where the sea guides humanity's hand. Every soul departed from that fateful voyage leaves a spectral fingerprint upon the narrative, engraving families' personal stories within the fabric of maritime legacy. Each one, vanished from history's hausfrau, breathes a ripple into unwavering inquiry. Historians and theorists maintain fascination with the Deering, pouring intellect, theory, and intuition into the boundless ocean of appraisal. Waters of ideas lap against certainty's suggestive structures, building phases of conjectures nested within unending tides. Each rationale finds harmony with newly interpreted sweeps of discovery. An academia's embrace yields further insights, viewing the Deering through exploratory scopes, challenging assumptions with enriched contextual and imaginative vigor. Its story illustrates humanity's desire to distinguish clarity amidst bygone riddles. Philosophers penetrate contemplations on material absence, weaving traditions of belief with exploratory depth, siphoning meaning through the unfathomable reach of narrative worlds. Within fiction's fertile realm, the Deering offers inspirations beyond what it can teach as history. The storytelling community resurrects her, casting this mysterious ship as the anchor of allegory, illuminating paths towards understanding layered deeply within oceans of crafted synapses. Here, it is neither speculation nor conclusion, but the vehicle of literary voyage upon salty retreats of mariner musings. Modern interpretations find new admirers drawn to its unfolding narrative, reliving this ghost ship's dance amidst lights. Historical broadcasts juxtapose elegant musings to modern-day spectaculars, styling the Deering's haunting presence with fresh insights and lingering doubt. Here, within the grand theater of history, it navigates tides both ancient and newly risen, enticing as the muse of celestial repetition. The Deering navigates the continuum of ghost ship legend, steadfastly pursuing the boundary between mortal comprehension and paradoxical allure. Their vacant vessels float above memory's waves, stitching collectively the singular and eternal voyage of curiosity, probing the seas of our own deep truths and unresolved queries about humanity's pace within uncharted lawless expanses. Anointed alongside legends like the Mary Celeste, the Deering becomes rooted within sightlines of nautical memory worldwide, an axis around which mystery and resolution infinitely swirl. Here she embodies memory and conjecture on destiny, past and future, metaphorically sailing amidst the enigmatic dialogues of human consciousness. Communities by the sea embrace the Deering as part of their elemental hymn, her legend wrapped in the language of water and tale. Families reconcile with these waves, which collect hope within interpretations at dusk, where the unending whispers of sacred mysteries endure. In this harmony, the Deering transforms unto fading day, abiding in the heart of maritime tradition. Amidst the overarching rhythm of oceanic existence, the Carol A. Deering anchors the deepest enigma yet untold. It speaks of history, storytelling, exploration, and the unknowable forevermore, its story floating in the enduring sea of our imagination, tethering each viewer to its timeless journey. As waves caress the empty vessel in its final resting haven, it remains an eternal calling card for those at the fringes of transformative wonder, ever persistent in its desire to be unfurled. In the whispers of the winds and the ebb and flow of the tide, the story of the Kaz II unfolds slowly, like a gentle night breeze stirring ancient secrets from their slumber. Often dubbed Australia's modern-day Mary Celeste, this enigma draped in maritime mystery calls to those whose spirits are ever drawn to untangle the threads of the unknown. A seemingly ordinary catamaran, it was discovered adrift off the coast of Queensland in 2007. Yet, when eyes alighted upon it, the very soul of the vessel seemed to pulse with unanswered questions and the presence of a puzzling absence. Picture the Kaz II as she was first found, floating with a hush over the restless waves, her sails flapping gently against the endless sky. Meals sat tantalizingly untouched on the table, a laptop hummed softly in the corner, and personal belongings were scattered about, as though their owners had merely stepped away for a breath of sea air. The scene, haunting in its symmetry, was jarred by the silence of abandonment. There was no sign of the crew who had once charted its course across sunlit oceans. Back in April 2007, 3 friends, seasoned and spirited sailors, embarked on this voyage along the magnificent Australian coastline. They sailed out from Airlie Beach, heads filled with the promise of adventure, with plans to reach the vibrant port of Townsville. Everything seemed aligned for a leisurely cruise, yet within the simplicity of these plans lingered whispers of fate's unknown intentions. The breezes were forecasted to be benign, more like gentle caresses guiding the vessel rather than violent gusts of tempest and foreboding. Still, in the infinite theater of the sea, plans are often but whispers against the backdrop of potential tumult. It was another vessel that first encountered the dreamlike drifting of the Kaz II on April 18, 2007. Suspended in time, it floated across the Great Barrier Reef region, a ship without command, leading investigators quickly to board her ghostly decks. Upon examination, they found a tableau preserved with meticulous care by some unseen hand, engines purring quietly, electronic systems alive and functional, life vests obediently waiting on their hooks. It was as if time had taken a sweet pause, letting the human mirage it reflected shimmer without interruption. Yet, inexplicably, the hands that should have set these scenes in motion were absent. On board, the Kaz II seemed to capture the serenity of an undisturbed slumber, unmarked by upheaval or disarray, much like an artist's canvas left incomplete. Plates with freshly prepared meals stood frozen in anticipation. A television murmured softly to itself, in a voice only the inanimate could hear, and a cup of coffee, filled to half, added its muted soliloquy to the scene. Global Positioning System, charting a course without its crew, hummed its faithful tune. The quiet normality of it all, juxtaposed with the spectral void of its crew, transformed this vessel into a reverberating hall of mysteries long past, and those still to be penned. Responding with urgency to this chilling enigma, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority launched a tremendous search and rescue operation. Within hours, the seas teemed with aircraft, marine vessels, and volunteers, all sent forth with the fervent hope of unraveling the puzzle shrouded in the Kaz II's silent drift. Yet as days melded unnoticed into one another, the vigil revealed nothing. The sea seemed eagerly to have absorbed its secrets, refusing to yield even the slightest hint of the missing men's fate, challenging all who peered into the depths with questions that echoed against the boundaries of understanding. In the expansive void, speculation sprouted like silken threads from an unseen loom. Could an accident, too fleeting for human comprehension, have befallen them? Or was it a force composed of mystery rather than logic that spirited them away? For out of the tangible conditions of maritime climates, tales of the extraordinary and the esoteric found fertile ground. Echoes of rogue waves or violent squalls fluttered through conjecture, a likely distraction from the whisperings of enigmatic maritime anomalies that beckoned like distant sirens. As theories danced upon the sea's liquid surface, the Kaz II's story grew rich with the colors of imagination intermingled with shades of reality. Nature's choreography is one often performed with tranquil grace, yet its unpredictably swift and silent anger can be fearsome, a dichotomy mastered by the ocean, that grand weaver of life and enigma. Though predictions for the journey had been gentle, out on the open sea, deceiving calm can precede chaos. The thought that such untamed forces might snatch away even the most seasoned of man, carving their departure with the elegance of silence, lent an aura of mystery to this serene-seeming vessel. Perhaps nature itself chose to veil its narrative once more, as it endlessly fashions untold stories beneath indifferently rolling waves. In pursuit of clarity, navigation systems, instruments, and navigational logs were scrutinized with the precision of a master jeweler, seeking to uncover any clue within the mechanical heart of the Kaz II. Yet, this analysis demonstrated a frustrating consistency, indicators of ongoing function that defied the narrative of human absence. No whispers of malfunction surfaced to soothe our quest for answers. The steady course tracked by systems unraveled only the story of a ship without its heart. But within this maritime puzzle lay the echoes of personal stories. 3 men, unique in narrative, bound by both adventure and the hand of an unseen fate. Their lives were an intricate tapestry woven with strands of past voyages, laughter shared amid ocean breezes, and dreams that mingled with the salt air. The breach their disappearance left is not only a physical emptiness, but resonates deeply with those who walked life's paths alongside them, casting shadows shaped by the melodies of shared history. Among the folds of the Kaz II's mysterious adventure, some sensed tendrils of the paranormal weaving through the ordinary. Could ethereal forces beyond rational understanding have swayed the course of these events? Perhaps something that whispers in the spaces between shadow and light compelled partings of human bonds, leaving only questions haunting those left behind. Such considerations step away from the comfort of tangible explanations, stretching inquisitive souls towards infinite horizons of possibility, where the supernatural and science waltz on the brink. As tales of ghost ships float upon waters of both history and imagination, Kaz II finds its birth among the annals of cultural memory, a story woven into the expansive tapestry of maritime lore. This vessel, ensconced within the endless tales of humans and the sea that span cultures and centuries, reminds us how each narrative is a brushstroke on the ocean's vast canvas. Like whispered legends, its story becomes a point of reflection from which humanity charts its course, adding layer upon layer to our understanding of a world both seen and felt within unto charted seas. A comparative glance towards the Mary Celeste evokes waves of mutual bewilderment, resonant with the Kaz II's tale. A ghostly vessel, adrift in time, yet anchored in history, the Mary Celeste shares the poignant theme of crewless journeys across the wine-dark sea. Understanding these tales casts a luminous glow of insight upon human desires, striving always to illuminate obscured corridors of uncertainty, reflecting our need to explain the inexplainable and to anchor our restless spirits in safe harbors of reason. Opinions offered by experts and seasoned mariners, like grains of sand caught in the ebb, offer insights gathered from plumed depths, merging practical wisdom with the elusive dance of maritime existence. Each voice, a note in the symphony of analysis, strengthens the quest to peer beyond the veil of the unknowable, seeking understanding amid such mysterious wanderings. But within the realm of logic lies another dimension. Human psychology often weaves invisible chains, linking tangible reality to ethereal responses. What unseen whisper sang through chambers of the mind, taunting sailors toward an imagined escape? Could those whispers have been transformed by fear or uncertainty into spectral forces that beckoned them beyond the confines of the vessel? In charting waters between fear and reason, the narrative becomes one of shared humanity, echoing against the eternal sea. And through it all, hope and memory become lighthouses upon shadowed seas, guiding loved ones seeking resolution in the drift of the Kaz II. The family's lives form interwoven tapestries of remembrance, binding narratives throughout time with constancy even when mysteries entered their constellation of reality. It is the flicker of hope that persists amid mourning, casting its gentle light upon seas of uncertainty, tracing the eternal paths of those lost to the world. In the embrace of public curiosity, the Kaz II's journey attained a new velocity, propelled into the collective consciousness and subject to myriad interpretations. As media attention magnifies the light, understanding may shine through the tempest of unanswered questions, even while mirroring our endless fascination with the allure of mystery and the complex dance of narrative interpretation. Ghost ships sail not only upon physical waters, but through the crevices of human consciousness, symbolic resonances sparking thoughts of the unknown and drawing us deeper into realms infinite with wonder. The mysteries, like the ship herself, eternal dance partners to humanity's search for deeper truths within a radium blue world beyond the horizon. Balance dances between ethical reflection and exploration, honoring both the tapestry of shared human story and those who find their souls tied within the tales. Here it lives in engagement that treads the sea of mystery while bearing witness to colored threads of reality interwoven with the winds of lore and anticipation. As patrons of these voyaged mysteries, stories of the Kaz II anchor reflection and care, even as the currents of time usher us dreamily onward. In the quietude of exploration, spirits sail upon these mirrored waters, where science and mystery merge, divulging only whispers trapped within the balance of known and unknown. Through the cosmic tides of inquiry and understanding, the story of the Kaz II becomes a meditation as much upon human spirit as the skyscape of stars. Reflection calls as this spirit of the Kaz II disappears into the night, drawing us into a symphony of revelation beneath the grand vial of mystery. Questions born upon her legacy resonate with the echoes of our souls, where these ancient queries forever weave through the hearts of the curious, undaunted by the unfathomable depths. Legacy becomes a sacred chant within the realm of time, historians stitching together memory's invisible threads with the pulse of cultural memory that shapes identity bound with the mysteries we ponder. Like a ribbon upon the water's surface, the Kaz II leaves her mark upon the sea of narratives, finding nesting within infinity's cradle. In a realm painted in mystery's hues, the Kaz II's ghostly echo beckons humanity towards the sublime sea of awareness, reminding us that beyond the tangible lies an ocean of stories traversed by travelers through space and time. Understanding of these absences highlights presence within our souls, inviting shared invocation of legends traveled side by side adrift within bonds witnessed upon water's very bosom, held evermore in serious watchful grace. Within the limitations of human understanding, gazing out to the Kaz II wakes the philosophical questions underneath existence itself. How is absence an outline for presence, a discerning darkness against which gleams life's transient glow? If only the dance partners dared to understand such ephemeral passage within their own being. Personal resonance fills the sails of maritime tale, inviting hearts to slow the tempo and taste the fronds of calm exploration, inviting comprehension and connection as navigation illuminates the inner sea of maritime raison d'être, beyond reality to enigma. Though the Kaz II leaves us without courage's closure, she leaves amid the resonance of her reverberating tales a timeless invitation to explore wonder eternally set beneath the stars' yoked influence of celestial exploration. As exploration concludes, this vessel's wake opens anew under the undying watch of the constellations, illuminating pathways untraveled, amid the currents of eternal discovery charting ever forward upon luminous ghost ship seas. The whispered lore of the Octavius begins its haunting journey through the corridors of maritime legend, weaving a narrative of ominous allure and chilly fascination. Emerging from the year 1775, the enchanting yet eerie tale of this ghost ship sits comfortably on the precipice of myth and history. A whaling ship known as the Herald reportedly stumbled upon a vessel trapped amidst the vast, icy expanse of Greenland. This ship, said to be the Octavius, was found drifting through frozen seas, a vessel haunted by its ghastly crew encased in ice, all seized by the hand of time. Its captain, still gripping a pen, was rumored to be caught in the eternal act of transcription. The Octavius, whether pure figment or fractured memory of harsh realities at sea, whispers to us from the edges of the known world, inviting rumination on the delicate balance between bold exploration and the unyielding grip of nature. The legend of the Octavius invites us to linger over the fragile boundary between human intent and the formidable power of the elements. It serves as a testament to the stark realities faced by those navigating an expansive oceanic wilderness, where the relentless climbs can turn a journey of promise into a spectral whisper tangled in the wind. Ships sailing in the era of the Octavius frequently found themselves at odds with nature's unrelenting grasp, and it was not uncommon for vessels to become ensnared in an icy labyrinth. Despite the fuzzy edges of truth surrounding this famed apparition, the Octavius holds an unerring place within maritime lore. It serves as a ghostly reminder of humanity's vulnerability before the indomitable forces that sculpt our world. Yet buried beneath the web of rumor and retelling, there lingers a question. What core truths might still lie beneath the spectral surface of this tale? With quiet insistence, the Octavius calls us into the enigmatic embrace of its own frozen eternity, a beloved phantasm in the annals of ghost ship stories. The story traces its supposed genesis back to a fateful departure in 1761, as the Octavius slipped its moorings in England and pointed its prow toward the distant shores of China. Their course was perilous, laden with hopes of wealth and repute. To succeed meant prosperity and acclaim, but success lay beyond the treacherous expanse of the North Atlantic, a gateway to the riches of the Far East. It was a passage as fraught with danger as it was pregnant with promise. Like moths to a flame, bold captains and venturesome crews chased after the elusive fortune such journeys might yield, though it demanded risking life on the uncertain sweep of the open ocean, where threats vying to unravel human enterprise loomed in shadowy shoals. History tells us that years passed, the ship completed its eastern journey, and the Octavius turned for home. Yet instead of taking the well-worn southern passage, the ship allegedly sought to shorten its course, choosing the enigmatic and perilous Northwest Passage, a route tantalizingly whispered among mariners, yet seldom successfully traversed. The path was fraught with uncertainty, often ending beneath the chilling grasp of the Arctic's unyielding landscape. Thus were sown the seeds of the Octavius's ill-fated Odyssey, a daring gamble that carried it into folklore, to drift ever more through the shadowed expanse between sea and sky. The whaling ship Herald, traversing frigid waters one fateful year, crossed paths with something unexpected, a ghostly vision adrift near Greenland's icy fringe. Awed by the silent enigma of this spectral vessel, the men of the Herald were driven by curiosity to board the silent craft. What they are said to have discovered upon the Octavius was a tableau beyond the reach of mortal expectation, a haunting still life carved in frost. Below decks, they encountered the previous mariners frozen in peaceful slumber, caught in the quiet embrace of eternal ice. Most haunting of all was the sight of the captain, seated at his desk, pen poised forever above a half-written entry in the ship's log. It told of traversing the Northwest Passage before yielding to the cold dominion of the elements. Among the tales told by mariners, this stands as a definitive moment where man, myth, and sea entwine, a spectral encounter seared into memory by the frost-bitten breath of the ocean. Central to this enduring legend is the logbook left behind on the Octavius, a chronicle of maritime ambition cast adrift on the tides of fate. This record, in its fragmented eloquence, laid out the doomed narrative of a voyage whose triumph was confounded by the relentless frost. Written upon its pages were the last thoughts of a crew on the cusp of discovery, only to be ensnared within an impassable wintry embrace. The log, interrupted and yet eternal in its finality, spoke of triumph and desolation, of daring exploration that met its terminus in the Arctic's frozen clasp. As myth has it, the logbook places its final entry in the year 1762, suggesting the Octavius wandered lost and encased in its icy tomb for more than a decade before its macabre unveiling. The Arctic realm, with its desolate beauty and bone-chilling grasp, stands as both crucible and graveyard for such naval ambitions. Here, the boundless power of nature, expressed in icebergs and howling winds, holds sway unchallenged. The pieces of the Octavius's tale, both fictional and historical, signal the timeless skirmish between humankind's exploratory zeal and the natural barriers daring it forward. Ghost ship tales like that of the Octavius offer chilling yet captivating glimpses into the relentless struggle at the frontier of human curiosity and natural dominance. The ice becomes both mute witness and guardian of secrets, cradling the aspirations and failures of explorers who dared chart the unknown. Within these frozen passages stretches the elusive Northwest Passage, a tantalizing yet treacherous thread between dual oceans that entranced the imaginations of navigators seeking reward on distant shores. Promising a prosperous route between the Atlantic and Pacific, the Northwest Passage held a promise as lush as its threats were severe. The Octavius's fabled passage through these waters is an integral part of its mystique, a metaphor for the broader human striving toward uncharted horizons, where the specter of failure ever looms. Navigating this largely unsailable geographic enigma was fraught with perils. Unpredictable weather, unrelenting ice, and extreme cold sealed many explorers within the silent Arctic, a perennial theater of chilling reprisal. The quest for the Northwest Passage became emblematic of humanity's thirst for discovery, where the Octavius is woven deeply into the tangled skein of discovery and myth, steering the imagination to the brink of what is known and beyond, into the realm of the impossible. The line between reality and legend narrows and bends at the recounting of the Octavius. Maritime lore, by nature, thrives beside this boundary, entangling glimmers of truth in webs of embellishment. What fragments of truth the Octavius carries amid its chilling facade are obscure, inviting questions into every retelling, an unwritten epic straddling the threshold of belief, infused with mystery's song as time winds on. The Octavius serves as both narrative and mirror, echoing the tales of ships that vanished or drifted into obscurity, each a story of exploration and mystery that speaks to a greater narrative of human endurance against the unknown. In its invoking, ghost ship lore provides storytelling with a timeless, near-mythical quality, deeply expressed within the tale of the Octavius. It is a chilling reflection on the thin Venetian blinds that separate humanity from uncharted infinity, producing an amalgam of courage and potential folly. Such stories carve out of history a territory for reflection on resilience, and fate's clandestine trials summoned upon unwary travelers, foreboding whispers upon the sea's breathless expanse. The Octavius becomes a part of the lore echoing through maritime narratives, its spectral essence remaining in tales that pave the foundations of cultural memory. On seas veiled by mist and legend, ghost ship stories stand like lighthouses, patterns on oceanic canvases merging melancholy with the human tendency toward adventurous naivete. The Octavius, in its icy stasis, acts as a bridge to challenge and provoke contemplation from sorrow's depths into ambitious forays beyond reason's edge. All voyages carry within them the indomitable spirit of those who embarked upon them, driving forward into unseen stretches. The imagined or real attempt by the Octavius to cross the Northwest Passage distills the enduring zeal human exploration embodies, fueled by desires to transcend limits as well as the weighty knowledge of potential consequences inhabiting perilous journeys. Here, ships become metaphors for lines scrawled across history, etched in the expanding ink of uncharted exploration. Frozen in a singular moment of time, the image of the Octavius's crew, arrested eternally in their stations, offers a haunting yet poignant tableau. This scene, echoing through memory, depicts the fragile juncture, a single instant poised between life and suspension, sound and silence, action and paralysis. It is a transcendent chunk of time captured beneath a rhythmic maritime motion quickly halted, a seafaring whir subsumed into legend's solemn theater. The Octavius stands as a metaphorical monument marking junctures where mortal ambitions pause before the impassable infinity of nature's uncompromising vastness. The visible presence of fate and fortune within its merits invites reflection, exposing an eternal actuality wherein humanity's spirit of endeavor cradles against the randomness accompanying deep sojourns. Enfolded in the Octavius's icy hold is an explication of human fortune. Subject to the counted secret winds that carry dreams into the susurrant abyss, while mystery watches from its liminal perch. With stories such as the Octavius, ghost ships ascend beyond ephemeral facts to become artifacts of contemplation. Vessels hemming the riddle of human endeavor as it passes through narrative totem. These ships breathe life into the mute echoes of exploration's grand, unfinished passages. Each story unveils yet another bond between memory and imagination, fostering cultural introspection. From across the historical seas, amid the haunting quietude of recounting's shadows, artifacts such as the Octavius articulate the ideals of persistence, where humanity's serene quest for knowledge gestures toward the horizon, faint yet eternal. The spectral image of the Octavius's captain, remaining as a ghostly presence ensconced in poetic vision, evokes a tale that lingers just beyond reach, narrowly intersecting truth's path. This captain remains anchored between vigilance and solitude, a specter in the murky interface between leadership assumed and fate dictated by the icy hand. Amidst the apparitions of reflection, this quiet act sees imagery holding command amid endless drifting, threaded through common distortions of maritime myth's whispers upon the crystalline tapestry of historic memory. The Octavius story, inextricably linked with its icy realm, explores isolation's ethereal breach into spectral stories, resonating amid wind-swept tundra. The landscape around this legend is shaped within complex layers embodying the grandeur and malevolence of the Arctic. The narrative of the Octavius mirrors such stark interplay, examining where ambition and necessity collide within a cosmic dance, merciless yet profoundly beautiful. Tales like the Octavius provide entry into deeper levels of the unseen, a gateway into maritime phenomena that transcend mere existence, prompting inquiry into broader boundaries between perception and reality. The legend involves connections beyond casual understanding, where surreal elements coalesce into oceanic preludes of the numinous. Here, the Octavius becomes more than spectral story, leading us into realms of thought where elements sliding beneath perception's surface echoes call us to worlds known and unknown. Variations upon the Octavius tale ripple through maritime storytelling, from factual deduction to whimsy, bringing each iteration alive within a cultural milieu, lighting currents aglow across time-honored narratives. These stories, resonant with adaptive iteration, paint themselves into cultural identity's palimpsest, casting this legend as a frozen reflection within communal exploration. These fragments interlace with collective memory, each contributing deftly to the Octavius's lasting embrace within the grand seafaring tales. In the legend of the Octavius, silence breathes, capturing the essence of stillness, an overarching theme weaving serenity through frozen narratives echoing with profound absence. This tale evokes quietude and highlights mystery's reach, illuminating the depths of introspection provoked through channeling realms where soundless narratives dwell. The transcendent symphony of quietude plays across understanding's vastness, a luminous refrain that saturates perception with serene remembrance amid the unending expanse of the seas. The legacy of the Octavius persists as an evocative reminder that beyond the horizon, distant mysteries await. An enduring icon of daring ambitions and spectral endeavors, it invites contemplation across centuries. Even as tales stand perched upon skepticism's edge, the Octavius continues to captivate imagination, shining through the fog of history as a beacon of enduring enigma. As we ponder such ghostly narratives, they draw us closer to the intangible, where myth yields insight and tales span the ages with a flattering shimmer, a call across the void summoning us to seek beyond what's charted and what's known. In the peculiar year of 1872, a brigantine by the name of Mary Celeste unfurled her sails from the harbor of New York. Laden with industrial alcohol and bound for the ancient port of Genoa, Italy, the vessel embarked on what should have been a routine journey across the vast Atlantic. Yet, from the first moment she kissed the waves, an invisible shroud of mystery accompanied her course. Her crew, a seasoned band of seafarers under the leadership of a young captain endeavoring to carve his own legacy on the endless tapestry of the sea, had no inkling that their voyage was fated to unravel as one of the sea's most inexplicable enigmas. As the ship ventured forth, destined for oblivion, her hull etched tales of spectral apparitions and deserted decks into the history of maritime lore. Commanding the Mary Celeste was Captain Benjamin Briggs, a steadfast mariner known for his dedication and expertise. Alongside him traveled his wife and young daughter, adding a personal layer to an already curious expedition. The ship was a sturdy vessel, well-maintained and manned by a crew as adept as any that had ever navigated the swelling oceans of the world. As it glided over the waves, the ship, unbeknownst to its passengers, journeyed toward an unfathomable destiny, one that would echo with eerie silence and ghostly whispers long after its sails were furled. On the morning of December 5, 1872, the Dei Gratia, another brigantine traversing the same open waters, encountered the Mary Celeste adrift. Her sails flapped with an unsettling rhythm, and to those aboard the Dei Gratia, it was clear that something was amiss, for no crew appeared to command her deck. Astonishment washed over Captain David Morehouse, prompting him to dispatch a party to investigate the motionless craft. As they climbed aboard, an air of cold mystery enveloped them, whispering of a story both inevitable and inscrutable. Within the walls of the Mary Celeste lay a disconcerting tableau. Her structure was sound, her cargo untouched, and her provisions ample. Yet, the human presence was entirely absent. A silence, thick as the fog that sometimes cloaks the sea, settled over the men, embedding within them the cold essence of a mystery as deep as the ocean itself. A lifeboat alone was missing, suggesting a hasty departure that clutched yet at the edge of reason and logic. The stillness shouted of spectral narratives and ghostly echoes inviolate by time or man. Amidst this chasm of absence, the ship's logbook offered a glimpse into the voyage. Its final entry recorded the vessel's position, some 400 nautical miles from the shores of Gibraltar. Each line, curiously detailed, lured the curious into a meticulous analysis of her path. Navigation instruments, along with the ship's clock and charts, remained in place, untouched by the hands of upheaval. It was as though the vessel herself, unmanned, calmly awaited understanding from those who dared to linger within her shadows. The minutiae of life left behind on the Mary Celeste beckoned forth an array of speculations. Locks of hair, a sewing machine in mid-repair, and Mrs. Briggs' sewing box, entrapped under a fine dust of disuse, whispered tales of an unanticipated and orderly abandonment. Tales leaped into existence, casting conjectures which wove a tapestry of uncertainty. The fortitude of instruments juxtaposed with the tender chaos of a disrupted voyage. Theories soon unfurled, each brushing its tendrils of possibility against the boundaries of the known. Piracy was postulated, yet the untouched richness of alcohol challenged its credibility. Some thought the fumes from the alcohol instigated a desperate evacuation, fear overtaking reason as they retreated into the lifeboat in expectation of a fiery end, a blaze that never materialized. The probability of this theory grounded in formidable doubt and silence, akin to a shadow borne on unseen currents. Mutiny, that timeless narrative of maritime drudgery, too, was woven into the speculation. Yet, against such narratives stood the unyielding loyalty woven between Captain Briggs and his crew. His reputation, unmarred by fear, but rather brimming with respect, defied the colored strands of rebellion that sought to stitch themselves into the story. Mutiny's specter, though spectral, melted in the face of familial ties and steadfast resolve. Thus, the truth meandered as a ghostly silhouette just beyond reach. The lifeboat's disappearance stirred a panorama of questions. It whispered clandestinely of an escape that touched the boundaries of perception, slipping seamlessly beneath the ocean's unfathomable waves. Paths journeyed far beyond tangible sight, riding upon the eternal rhythm of the Atlantic. The fateful boat, whether cradled by strife or hope, succumbed to an oceanic embrace, consigning its occupants to the realm of folklore and legend. Amid this mystery, the legal proceedings that followed the ship's discovery carried their own weight of intrigue. Upon the Mary Celeste's arrival in Gibraltar, authorities commenced an inquiry, investigating potential claims upon the vessel and assessing the credibility of the De Gratia crew's narrative. Shadows lingered within the folds of suspicion as conjecture grasped tenuously at the edges of possibility, each testimony a phantom dance with potential. The official inquest laid its hands over an intricate web of speculation and timestamps, as though entwined within time itself. Despite rigorous handling, the proceedings yielded little beyond the whispers that the mystery itself extolled. Without clarity, the Mary Celeste steadfastly resisted the conclusions of earthbound rationale and reason. Around her story remained the veil of myth, resisting the plucking fingers of judicial and factual forces alike. Yet lore finds solace in the tantalizing embrace of the supernatural. Many pondered whether mythical creatures from the depths ensnared the Mary Celeste, echoes of sirens and kraken casting their ancient voices upon her deck. Whispers of the ethereal entwined her wooden form, leading to the contemplation of spirits plucking souls into their watery realm, forever to wander submerged within abyssal mystery. Rational minds, however, strove for understanding, grounded in reality's vessel. They mused upon the capricious might of maritime weather, squalls and rogue waves sweeping men overboard without a hint of struggle. The boundless expanse of possibilities offered scientific conjectures, each an echo of understanding set against supernatural or folklore-driven allure. Experiments suggested that phenomena such as waterspouts or seismic disturbances might have rendered vital instruments unreliable. Celestial weather or impulses from the Earth's own core presented scars of visible likelihood. Yet every possibility, carefully etched, played a symphony of uncertainty that serenaded the ship and her narrative into legend, whispering of truths not yet brought into the light. Today, the Mary Celeste stands as a testament to enduring mystery. Her story has seeped into the soil of time, influencing countless expressions of art and literature. Influential creators like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle drew inspiration from her voyage, infusing narratives with a delicate balance of imagined and real. The ship's tale, intricate and woven with intrigue, flows through the veins of generations, a haunting accompaniment to the song of the sea. Amid literature's embrace, she continues to transcend, encapsulated within a dance of prose and melody that shapes artistic tradition. Her ghostly silhouette graces the lexicon of cultural intrigue, feeding the fervor of nautical myths. This iconic tale seeds itself among many narratives lost to the oceans, casting the Mary Celeste as progenitor and contemporary to the great narratives adrift across time and the ocean's ageless expanse. Some contemplations whisper of metaphysical realms and temporality intertwined. Could the Mary Celeste have wandered into a parallel realm or slipped between cascading dimensions of time and space? The allure of such profound mysteries entwines itself with modern thoughts on multiverses, weaving tales of voyages into uncharted realities that reach past what is tangible. As advances in technology allow for profound exploration, the whispers of the Mary Celeste resound through modern inquiries. Armed with sonic mapping and deep-sea archaeology, marine historians re-examine the field of her voyage, peering into the past with new light. Innovation ushers forth the opportunity to touch upon ethereal mysteries long past, bridging domains of knowledge with the reach of exploration. Embedded within these realms is the Mary Celeste's legacy, imparting a tapestry that intertwines maritime lore and human curiosity. Her story stands both as a chiseled fact and as a glimmer upon the horizon of ancient enigma. The depth of human imagination, alongside the reach of scientific discovery, explores the chiaroscuro painting of her tale, haunting the endless canvas of discovery. Her phenomenon extends like an endless sea, yet her shadow remains impervious to the illuminating grasp of modern understanding. Ghost ships cradle the imaginations of souls, a promise that lingers beyond the ephemeral dance of time and earthly form. Among these spectral entities, the Mary Celeste resonates as an enduring sigil, inviting souls into a narrative both profound and eternally unsolved. Seaward journeys delve into both shadowed depths and luminous imagination, driven by the unknown forces of the ocean itself. Shed of her weighty form, the Mary Celeste becomes a torchbearer, illuminating the seas alongside other ships lost in time's shifting sands. Deep within the ocean's embrace, her truth stirs with the eternity of questions still unanswered. Her tale provides a vessel for exploration, riding the waves of time as a silent witness to man's ceaseless pursuit of understanding. Forever adrift within the ageless cycles of the sea, she remains a luminary of the profound dance between known and unknown, secure within her place as the archetype of ghost ships, haunting realms as spectral and infinite as the seas themselves. In the quiet embrace of the Gulf of Carpentaria, a shadow drifted upon the tranquil sea in 2006, a vessel marked by its silence and solitude. It was the Jianseng, a ship devoid of life, floating aimlessly under the open sky. Discovered by an Australian Coast Watch patrol plane, it presented a riddle cloaked in rust and mystery. The absence of registration documents or any identifiable marks rendered the ship a nameless entity, its origin and purpose swallowed by time and waves. Its hull, streaked with the scars of neglect, whispered tales of long years spent adrift from the society it once served. Maritime officials ventured onto the Jianseng, stepping into the echo of emptiness. Here was a ship abandoned not in haste, but with meticulous care. There were no signs of struggle, no scattered belongings, only the enigmatic presence of large quantities of professionally packaged rice. This peculiar detail floated theories of illicit trade or clandestine activities. Yet, with no crew to question and no digital trail to follow, the ship's story remained an enigma adrift on the sea. The absence of crew fueled conjecture, spawning theories both fantastical and plausible. Was this vessel part of a smuggling operation? Its guardians vanished to evade capture, leaving the ship as a decoy? Or did the crew fall victim to an unknown malady, fleeing into the relentless waters in desperation? Piracy, a tantalizing prospect for its drama, seemed improbable without evidence of violence. Jianseng possibly predated modern tracking technologies, its ghostly journey beginning in an era unmarked by technological oversight. The neatly packed rice on board hinted at a recent or abandoned operation. Perhaps plans had been disrupted, the crew removed skillfully, leaving the ship to whisper its secrets to the waves. Lacking lifeboats, it was plausible the crew had coordinated an exit, aware of the ship's mysterious fate. Yet, the silence extended beyond mere absence. There were no distress signals, no coded pleas for assistance, not even a whisper in the annals of maritime history, linking the ship to a known crew or journey. Experts speculated about the Jianseng's past voyages through their examination of its condition and cargo. While the carefully packed rice pointed to legitimate trade, its unintended detour into the Gulf of Carpentaria raised questions. Had it strayed unwittingly, or was its path carefully charted to avoid detection? In the interconnected waterways of Southeast Asia, the ship's story could very well be tied to elusive networks, moving unseen. Investigators pondered past routes, tracing possible origins of fuel or supplies, though lacking documentation thwarted any conclusive narrative. Rumors suggested origins in Asian waters, a possibility lingering unconfirmed even when databases yielded no matches. Despite its age, Jianseng's engine, though rusty, hinted at recent operation. The fuel aboard seemed to speak of voyages along Southeast Asia's maritime corridors, evading scrutiny while possibly bearing commodities undesired by authorities. These speculations hovered without confirmation, leaving the authorities to contemplate its ghostly past without anchoring it to definitive history. The ghostly presence of the Jianseng evoked traditions of maritime secrecy, where waters unclaimed by nations hide ships from modern oversight. In these waters, specters like the Jianseng manifest from whispers of pirate lore, infusing modern mysteries with ancient tales of unwitnessed voyages. As investigators probe for criminal ties, they also encounter the sea's mystical aura, fueling speculation that extends beyond law or economy into the realm of myth. To view the Jianseng purely through the lens of illegal commerce would neglect the ocean's mystical depth, a vessel that, across cultures, is subject to both condemnation and reverence. In these enchanted tales, drifting ships represent more than artifacts of crime. They stand as calligraphies of human ambition and fate, forever suspended in narratives where their material existence touches the metaphysical. Navigating these mysterious currents, the Jianseng's journey was orchestrated by powerful oceanic forces. The Gulf of Carpentaria formed a liquid pathway, guiding the ship with invisible hands. Experts followed the current's whisperings, speculating on origins somewhere hidden in Southeast Asia's clandestine lanes. These waterborne paths suggested voyages longer and more intricate than initially believed, entwining the ship's spectral journey with nature's own choreography. Oceanographers proposed Jianseng might have traveled great distances, its drift a symphony conducted by monsoon currents that bore it past unseen shores. Even as speculation swirled about hidden operations, the vessel's path over monsoon-driven seas remained a story partially veiled, shrouded in marine mysticism beyond the reach of immediate understanding. The tale of the Jianseng belongs to a lineage as old as seafaring itself. Its story echoes through legends like that of the Octavius and the Mary Celeste, where reality and myth blend seamlessly. Such stories tease the boundaries between fact and fiction, where the ocean breeze carries tales of the unknown. The Jianseng, tangible and imprinted by time, partakes in this rich tapestry, threading its own mysterious history among the venerable tales of ghost ships past. In contrast to purely fictional legends, the Jianseng's presence is undeniable, photographed and documented. Yet, it bears the wistful, ghostly allure synonymous with maritime myths. In modernity, where satellites and GPS carry the burden of omniscience, the Jianseng eludes these eyes, embodying a mystery as evasive as the ethereal footprint of the Flying Dutchman. It stirs human yearning for answers and highlights the ocean's boundless capacity for secrets. Silence embraces the ship, each wave caressing the hull singing of solitude, a reflection as resounding as a call to the eternal. Investigators, in their quest for truth, confront more questions encased in silence, echoing an ancient siren song of the unknowable. The ship's story inhabits this quietude, a testament to its testamentary penumbra, reminding us of the unfurled tales it carries within, beyond what investigators can unearth. Entangled within this silence are the stories awaiting discovery, contributing to larger narratives woven across the tapestry of time, hinting that the Jianseng's legacy transcends physical dereliction. It embodies that space adrift between reality and legend, performing an opera of oceanic depths over endless horizons. The ship reflects broader existential explorations, offering contemplative pause rather than elucidation in the face of life's enigmas. The navigational echoes of ancient mariners resurge within modern interfaces with maritime enigma, drawing from mythic bearings alongside technological assessments. The insights of past navigators influence those attempting to decipher Jianseng's trajectory, lending them ancient wisdom and modern illumination alike. The vessel's journey embodies ancestral mariners navigating without modern instruments, lessons from past tales steering us through contemporary interpretations. In this dialogue between past and present, Jianseng reincarnates the journey of ancient sailors tasked with navigating uncharted seas. As investigators meld satellite data with intuitive understanding, the ship becomes a bridge across time, standing as a testament to mankind's perpetual dance with mystery, an inexhaustible dialogue leading us along the borders of the known and unknown. Abandonment echoes as a motif not only of desertion, but reflection on the capricious forces that shape destinies, both nautical and human. Jianseng's forsaken hull absorbs these forces. Economic pressures alongside rising maritime regulations manifest tangible reflections of necessitous choices faced unconsciously. The ship's story peers into these decisions' depths, revealing truths about the endless carousel of leaving behind to draw anew. This narrative thread extends to broader reflections amid unfolding human endeavors, illustrating currents of abandonment resonating not solely in ghostly hulks, but across the collective voyages. Within the Jianseng, abandonment becomes a metaphor for still greater explorations, traversing the veil between acceptance and indeterminacy, shadows of known, and the spirit quest beyond the manifest world. In this light, ghost ships like Jianseng take on symbolic meanings woven from humanity's collective dreams and fears. They arise as incarnations of lost ambitions, nautical apparitions suspended eternally on the seas of human consciousness. Within these spectral sails lie tales of questing souls and vanishing hopes, embodying metaphors of journeys incomplete and dreams unattainably silhouetted against the horizon. This symbolic resonance transcends practical bound explanation, inviting spiritual and psychological contemplation. The drifting presence of Jiansengs manifests reflections on impermanence and purpose, compelling introspection amid life's intricate wanderings. Through this view, the ship's journey becomes a mystery that echoes across the human quest for knowledge's hidden tapestry. In modern discourse, Jianseng reflects globalization's shadow, an emblem of commerce's breadth, obscured by prosperity's surface. As trade routes stretch over oceans, they spawn shadows of forgotten vessels, unclaimed and unsung in logistic-led indices. Jianseng's uncapturable journey across global water mirrors globalization's unseen corollaries, where prosperity holds hands enigmatically with desolation. Maritime lore finds vitality across cultural dialogues, infusing stories like Jianseng into worldwide narratives. These timeless stories serve evolving purposes, interweaving with communal heritage in new ways. The ship's enigmatic journey anchors observers into this continuum, weaving modern identities into legacies of seafaring chronicles that mirror cultural intersections across time. The Jianseng's mystery continues to invite inquiry as an unending quest for understanding. Its tale embodies a paradoxical elucidation, where complete illumination remains out of reach, and yet within this enigma lies the ship's resonant truth. Like a sacred question mark etched in salty ledger, Jianseng draws explorers toward the horizon, where stories meet eternal whispers over an ever-welcoming sea. This overlap invites human reflection between sciences defined by empirical rigidity and mysticism unbounded by convention. In this intersection, Jianseng's story both grounds and elevates observation as scientific inquiry embraces esoteric wonder, harmonizing rigorous analysis with imaginative grace. Through this, humanity dances upon the interplay between examination and marvel, highlighting the shared yearning within science's rationality and spirit's abstraction. In this naval narrative, we perceive both realms feeding a greater human tapestry that ghost ships symbolize above water and through depths explored, charting paths towards greater harmony. Despite historical anchorage, maritime legends evolve, bearing contemporary messages framed by ageless fascination. Jianseng's journey blends into enduring myths that bridge historical media with timeless fantasy, grounding in shared fascination that transcends simple event portrayal. In observing the persistent evolution of these stories, we glimpse human consciousness shaped through transformative narratives, enriching our understanding of complexities painted with symbolic embellishments. Jianseng invokes both legendary echoes and modern questions, guiding storytellers and seekers across time. Amid this mystery are unseen voyages embedded within, reflecting uncharted paths we traverse in reverie and enlightenment. The Jiansang thus becomes a metaphor for our hidden expeditions, the contemplation of journeys concealed within life's immense horizon, a tangible reminder of infinite discovery. Within this reflection lies a broader philosophical inquiry, exploring unseen paths embodied within our own lives, recollected through the vessel's tangible form. Jiansang stands as an emblem of humanity's enduring curiosity and timeless voyage toward existential understanding, imparting glimpses of eternity. Into the embrace of the nautical unknown, we sail beyond certainties into realms adorned with discourse and questioning. Jiansang's voyage celebrates this unallocative embrace, inviting myriad explorations through opaque territories where unseeable wonders invite understanding. These nautical mysteries accentuate humanity's inquiry, tempered by humility's necessary embrace, urging explorations transcending certainty's span. Such indefinable voyages offer perspective on unseeable, steering questions into imaginatively refreshing waters, inspired by specters woven into ocean's speech, reflecting upon individual odysseys through fathomable veins. Thus, Jiansang remains a spectral testament, forever adrift in both memory and sea, whispering its refrains upon time's boundless waters, a vessel undeterred by the weight of fact or fiction, a reminder of the mysteries that draw us toward the horizon's infinite sunset. Once, beneath the celestial murmurs of the sea's expanse, there dwelled a vessel known as the Ryuan Maru. Birthed from the eternal embrace of water and wind, this humble fishing boat was cradled by the tides off the coast of Japan. Its destiny, seemingly woven from the ordinary cloth of maritime existence, carried no premonition of the legendary fate that awaited it. There it lingered, amidst the soft sway of the ocean's breath, until a moment of chaos announced its rebirth. In the early days of 2011, the earth quivered beneath the brush of unimaginable power, an earthquake whipping up the ocean's fury into a tsunami that swept the land unabashedly, taking with it remnants of lives and dreams, including the unassuming Ryuan Maru. Lost to the turbulent theater of nature's grand design, the vessel vanished from both maps and minds as the waters receded, leaving behind hushed echoes of its existence. Yet, within the quiet profundity of the ocean's embrace, it embarked on a remarkable journey, transformed from mere boat to spectral traveler. Unmoored and abandoned, the Ryuan Maru resisted finality, setting forth on a voyage driven by whispering currents and the whims of the wind, an ethereal dance bereft of human craft, but guided by elements unseen. Across the vast Pacific, it drifted unceasingly, a wanderer amid the eternal blue, evoking both intrigue and silent reverence in the hearts it touched along its path. The Ryuan Maru, a ghostly figure woven into the fabric of the sea, stirred curiosity wherever it wandered. Mariners, beholders of the enigmatic specter, glimpsed a vision caught between the tangible and the unknown. With each encounter, the ship breathed life into the age-old myths of spectral vessels, carrying with it the unending tales of human loss and longing. The silent ship, an amalgam of canvas and mystery, reflected the sea's unfathomable depths, an enduring sigil of nature's indomitable force. In sight and thought, it became a symbol of fortitude, carving its narrative into the human psyche, a reminder of endurance against unfathomable odds. As the vessel sailed through time, untouched by decay, its solitary voyage assumed an air of supernatural resilience, whispering timeless secrets to all who crossed its path. The stories woven around the ship imbued it with a life unanchored by temporal bounds. In its isolation, the Ruan Maru crafted an eternal tale, where every wave cresting against its hull echoed the whispers of the ancients and the mysteries of the deep. Each scar upon its weathered surface told a tale of endurance, of a resilience that transcended the logical realms of understanding. A vessel caught in the swell of time, it transformed into a museum of memories, with each passage an ode to those lost to the ocean's embrace. Throughout the scope of its journey, the vessel bore witness to the ceaseless currents of time and nature, standing testament to both the fragility and tenacity of maritime life. In era-spanning silence, the Ruan Maru journeyed on, embodying the spirit of sailors long past and the uncaptured dreams of those who dared to tread the ocean's path. It became a living specter, its saga intertwined with the sea's ancient rhythm, each transient moment unfolding a page from the lost annals of maritime lore. Observers, peering into the depths of its plight, marveled at the echo of time and the mysteries whispered on salt-laden breezes, awash with the essence of forgotten mariners. Across the breadth of its planless odyssey, human imaginations stirred into wakefulness, perceiving in this solitary traveler a canvas for contemplations adrift, reflections on the essence of life's journey, our constant quest for meaning, and the unsolved puzzles of existence. As it floated through open waters, the Ruan Maru's lonely journey became a reflection of humanity's vast, collective spirit. Stories spun from wandering thoughts, anchored in the sea of eternity. In the end, a year or so after it set forth into the unknown, the Ruan Maru found itself nearing North American shores, where human intervention finally resolved its endless drift. It was not a rescue, nor a culmination, but rather a serene farewell orchestrated through a controlled embrace, a gentle sinking amidst the shallow coasts, a merging once more with the marine continuum from whence it came, having left a legacy on the ocean's mutable canvas. Yet, in its relinquishment to the sea, a timeless spirit emerged. In a narrative spun by wind and water, the resilience of this simple vessel tugged at the chords of reflection like whispered verses of long-forgotten mariners. The Ruan Maru's voyage, an echo across ages, wove itself into the tapestry of the sea's grand tales, an enduring testament to the voyages of resilience and introspection courted by the boundless ocean. It fostered stories within the souls of those along its path, legends born of ethereal journeys, stretching across the interwoven threads of memory and time. As the story settled within the vaults of maritime mystery, it became part of the long-standing lore around ghost ships. Few tales managed to capture the collective imagination so fully, and the Ruan Maru, in its spectral voyage, invited reflection on themes of endurance, solitude, and the perpetual quest for meaning beyond horizon's end. It was a story that wove past into present, a journey that encouraged wanderers to pause and ponder their own existence amid the flowing current of time. The Ruan Maru's tale is one of spiritual exploration and unceasing wonder, an invitation to delve beyond conventional boundaries and embrace the mysteries at sea. It beseeches us to embrace the unknown paths that await beyond sight, asking us to dream of realms unexplored and grasp the limitless reaches of our voyages. Through its ghostly sojourn, the vessel joined our ancestral stories of life on waves, embodying the pull of nautical destiny and the sheer depth of human curiosity. It left behind echoes intertwined with our longing to tether ourselves to the vast maritime embrace while gazing upon encounters with the unknown. Even as it surrendered to the ocean's folds, the essence of the Ruan Maru continued to drift through the currents of time, a testament to the journeys that shape the human spirit. It whispered to sailors, dreamers, and seekers alike, sparking the imagination and reminding us of our place within the eternal dance of the elements. In its enduring legacy, the Ryuan Maru reaffirmed our connection with the sea, its unspoken truths etched into the annals of legendary ghost ships, those keepers of humanity's tender, fragile exploration of Earth's grander mysteries. We take solace in weaving into these tales, yearning for the concealed marvels destined to unfold against the expanse of sky and surf. Steered by celestial guides past and future, enshrining wisdom in whims of the wind and wave, the Ryuan Maru perseveres, granting us the blessing to dream and delve into an ever-expanding horizon where stories transcend history and sail upon endless seas. The Flying Dutchman, an enduring emblem of maritime enigma, remains one of the most evocative ghost ships ever to sail the seas of human imagination. This legendary vessel is enshrouded in tales of doom and eternity, cursed to wander the oceans without reprieve. Originating from the rich tapestry of 17th-century folklore, the Flying Dutchman has been etched into the consciousness of countless sailors, its lore perpetuated through generations by those who swear they have sighted its ethereal glow. Descriptions paint a haunting image: sails torn and tattered, bathed in an eerie luminescence, an unyielding specter defying the ceaseless ravages of the sea. This ghostly brigantine has captured the human imagination, blurring the tenuous lines between legend and reality. To unravel the mystery of the Flying Dutchman, we must navigate the stories and sightings that have perpetuated its myth. These accounts, steeped in a chilling blend of intrigue and unease, speak of supernatural encounters on the boundless ocean. Often viewed as an omen of misfortune, its appearance is dreaded, a harbinger of doom for those ill-fated enough to witness its ghostly form. Enveloped within these narratives are tales of unexpected weather, strange happenings, and the haunting visage of the Dutchman as it drifts through mist and night. Through reflective exploration of these stories, amidst the contexts of their origin, we may catch fleeting glimpses of truth beneath the persistent shadow of this mythic vessel. The legend's roots trace back to the turbulent golden age of exploration, when the seas around the Cape of Good Hope were cloaked in swirling fog and treacherous waters. It was amidst these perilous surroundings that stories of the Flying Dutchman began to ripple through the maritime world, cast from the real-life struggles of seafarers navigating these dangerous stretches during the late 17th and early 18th centuries. The inhospitable Cape, notorious for its capricious weather and grim conditions, emerged as the perfect backdrop for the unfolding of this cursed tale. At the heart of the legend lies a defiant captain who, brimming with hubris, proclaimed his intent to round the Cape of Good Hope, come hell or high water. In this fateful pronouncement, his destiny was sealed, eternally bound to the ocean's depths. The transformation of this tale into legend was fueled by its potent morality, an evocative story weaving together themes of pride, punishment, and the inexorable power of nature. Over time, the narrative absorbed elements from various cultures and maritime traditions, evolving into the tale we now recognize, a tapestry enriched by myth and mystery. Embedded within the fabric of this story are universal themes of eternal punishment, unfulfilled destiny, and the enigmatic allure of the unknown. Themes that continue to resonate deeply within our collective psyche. Throughout the centuries, the Flying Dutchman has been seen by countless sailors, its spectral form a recurring apparition in maritime lore. Among the most famous of encounters was that of July 11th, 1881, when the future King George V of England beheld the ghostly ship off the coast of Australia. This vision, corroborated by others aboard, cemented the Dutchman's place in the annals of nautical legend, its presence exuding an ethereal glow against the backdrop of stormy skies. Encounters such as these deepen the allure of the Dutchman, casting it firmly within the enigmatic realms of sea lore. Vivid depictions of these sightings depict the ship appearing suddenly and vanishing just as swiftly, leaving an indelible mark on those fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, enough to encounter it. These persistent sightings raise evanescent questions. Is the Flying Dutchman a mere ghost story, nourished by the seafaring culture's need for myth, or does it represent something more substantial? The enduring nature of these accounts scratches at the fringe of understanding, beckoning us to consider the unfathomable occurrences that persistently challenge our perceptions of reality on the open sea. Central to the tale is the story of Captain Hendrik van der Decken, a figure whose relentless ambition is said to have doomed his ship to an endless voyage. According to legend, van der Decken was a dauntless merchant who, caught in a tempest off the Cape, defied the elements and the divine by vowing to sail past the Cape at any cost, an oath that condemned his crew and himself to eternal wandering. Various renditions paint him as either a pitiable, cursed figure or a heroic yet tragic soul seeking to defy fate. Delving into the character of van der Decken provides insight into the underlying themes of the legend, reflecting humanity's timeless struggle with nature and the divine. Through his story, the Dutchman serves as a cautionary tale, juxtaposing human ambition with the overwhelming power of natural forces. His tale is a mirror, reflecting deep-seated questions about free will, destiny, and the profound consequences of daring to challenge the unknown. Rich with symbolism, the legend of the Flying Dutchman resonates with audiences through its exploration of eternal punishment and the supernatural. At its essence, the ghostly ship suggests doomed ventures and unfulfilled dreams, condemned to wander without respite. This specter also reflects humanity's desire for exploration amidst the stark realization of an uncaring world. The sea becomes a place where myth and reality intertwine, where tales invite reflection on life's aspirations and the shadows veiling the unknown. The ocean, vast and largely unexplored, provides fertile grounds for the supernatural aura surrounding the Flying Dutchman. For centuries, it has inspired tales of ghostly encounters and enigmatic phenomena. During an era when navigation teetered on peril and uncertainty, the sea straddled opportunity and danger, its heart beating with the mysterious pulse of the unknown. Among sailors, the Dutchman became an emblematic reminder of the unfathomable forces swimming beneath the ocean's surface. Natural phenomena, like weather patterns and optical illusions, may lend spectral qualities to the Dutchman's appearances. Such phenomena, coupled with sailors' fears and anxieties, heighten the supernatural allure. It is in this vastness of uncharted depths that the Dutchman's legend merges the tangible with the fantastical, a timeless tale that captures the imagination and whispers secrets from the past. Seafaring folklore is steeped in sailor superstitions, with the Flying Dutchman's story standing as a powerful symbol of misfortune for those challenging maritime norms. Such tales serve a vital purpose for sailors, offering a framework to understand unexplainable events and reinforcing beliefs in the sea's inscrutable forces. Sailors throughout history have viewed the Dutchman as a harbinger of catastrophe, underscoring the vulnerability faced on mercurial seas. From port to port, the legend weaves a cultural tapestry of shared fears and mysteries, a testament to our collective fascination with phenomena beyond mundane comprehension. Weather phenomena often play a pivotal role in sightings of the ghostly vessel. The tempestuous waters around the Cape of Good Hope create an ideal setting for encounters with the enigmatic ship. Fata Morgana mirages, optical illusions, and disorienting weather amplify the Dutchman's spectral visage, obscuring reality with layers of mystery. These natural conditions, paired with seafaring experiences, blend the ordinary with the legendary, an interplay that gives rise to the haunting mythos of the Flying Dutchman. Through these tales, we gain a sense of how environmental and psychological influences breathe life into the fabric of this captivating legend. The mystery of the Dutchman extends to scientific inquiries that explore potential rational explanations for its sightings. Psychological pressures, isolation, and fatigue suffered by sailors can contribute to hallucinations and misinterpretations, suggesting that at least part of the legend could be the result of such experiences. Optical illusions, particularly mirages and refractions, add tangible explanations, grounding the supernatural in the scientific. However, these interpretations do not necessarily dismantle the myth. Instead, they provide a layered understanding of our intersection between myth and empirical evidence. As explorers charted unknown waters, stories like the Flying Dutchman emerged from the confluence of peril and wonder. These tales embody the ambiguity of exploration, an unveiling of human yearning amidst the unpredictable and uncharted. The specter of the Dutchman became a poignant reminder of exploration's duality, its promises of encounter entwined with unknowable dangers. Broadcast beyond oral traditions into cultural platforms such as literature, music, and film, the legend of the Flying Dutchman transcends its origins to become a pervasive symbol within popular culture. Among its renditions, Richard Wagner's opera The Flying Dutchman weaves a romantic tragedy of redemption and love, sealing its place in the cultural zeitgeist. Modern films, such as the Pirates of the Caribbean series, portray it as a fearsome, formidable pirate vessel. These adaptations expand upon the original myth, demonstrating its cultural flexibility and capacity to evoke universal themes of destiny, morality, and belief. The archetype of the ghost ship, epitomized by the Flying Dutchman, functions within maritime folklore as a powerful emblem of liminality, bridging life and death, reality, and the eternal. The adrift ship, spectral in its reflection of mortality and unresolved destinies, captivates with deep existential questions. Unfinished journeys and echoes of history's tales invoke fears and fascinations that stretch into eternity's embrace. In this narrative depth, the Dutchman emerges as a metaphor for humanity's struggle, of challenging nature's omnipotence and attempting to rewrite destiny. A tale of defiance, the Dutchman's story critiques hubris while celebrating daring, inviting reflection on our place within the cosmic dance. It speaks to our pursuit of knowledge and meaning, urging us to ponder the delicate balance between mastery and surrender to forces beyond control. While the Flying Dutchman dominates maritime lore, kindred stories resonate across cultures and times. From Japan's Umibozu to the phantoms of the Scandinavian fjords, ghost ships abound, aching reminders of impermanence and shared human anxieties. These parallel legends reflect cultural interpretations of sea mysteries and spiritual narratives, inviting exploration of diverse folklore across the globe. Sign and portents, present within the Dutchman legend, are interpreted by sailors as cosmic messages, determinants of fate and fortune. Throughout history, maritime chronicles recorded these cosmic whispers, infusing the Dutchman's story with ominous mystery and prophetic power. As sailors interpreted such signs, they unearthed connections between random events and the desire to impose order in an unpredictable cosmos. In contemplating the Dutchman's enduring tale, we are invited to reflect on the boundaries of experience and humanity's ongoing quest for understanding. Through navigating its depths and facing these ancient mysteries, the Flying Dutchman prompts us to journey into realms beyond known waters, guided by its spectral light towards uncharted horizons. As the ghostly ship sails through history, it joins us on our own quest for meaning, urging us to embrace imagination, myth, and the unknown. In an era where rivers cradled both dreams and discoveries, the Eliza battle was born as a testament to human ingenuity and progress. This magnificent steamboat, crafted with meticulous attention in the mid-19th century, rode the winding currents of Alabama's Tombigbee River. Luxurious in design and formidable on the water, it symbolized the spirit of expansion during a time when America sought to stretch its reach across untamed lands. The vessel swiftly became more than mere machinery. It stood as a beacon of reliability and grandeur. With each journey along its southern routes, the Eliza battle drew admiration, its ornate interiors reflecting the aspirations of an age eager to transcend the physical limits imposed by nature. Yet, amid the steamboat's resplendent voyages, a fateful night in February 1858 would alter its narrative forever. As winter wrapped Alabama in its cold embrace, the Eliza battle embarked once more upon the Tombigbee, its hull laden with cotton, its decks welcoming passengers eager for new beginnings. The biting chill infused the air as the ship navigated the serene yet deceptive waters, unaware of the spectral future that loomed ahead. Within the heart of night, an unanticipated fire ignited, consuming the Eliza battle in flames that danced spectrally against the night sky. A macabre dance that signaled the vessel's catastrophic end. Chaos ensued as the ship transformed into both a pyre and a tomb, indelibly marking the river's expanse with grief and unfulfilled destinies. In the wake of the catastrophe, the communities along the Tombigbee River faced an overwhelming tide of sorrow. The tragedy of the Eliza battle inscribed itself into the fabric of local life, leaving behind lingering questions and unresolved mysteries. What sparked the fire that night? Was it a mere accident, an error rooted in human actions, or a harbinger of cosmic randomness? Investigations floundered in the absence of definitive evidence, carrying only fragmented testimonies from survivors and the charred memory of a once vibrant vessel. Without clear answers, the enigma of the Eliza battle fused with whispers of the supernatural, spawning a lore that would weave through generations. Stories emerged of a fiery apparition haunting the river's currents, a specter serving as a lament, and an unwelcome prophecy for those who witnessed its ghost-lit form. As time flowed onward like the river itself, the legend of the Eliza battle grew roots within the psyche of the region. The tale of a blazing ghost ship coursing through mist-ridden waters became a narrative woven into the lives of those who thrived by the river's edge. Some claimed to have seen the spectral glow along the embankments, a symbol of either nature's capriciousness or its sheer wonder. The haunting presence of the Eliza battle inspired more than dread. It ignited imaginations, giving rise to songs and artworks that immortalized its legend in cultural expression. In these retellings, the ship exceeded its own tragedy, evolving into a nexus where memory, loss, and the ethereal were bound together. Eyewitness accounts added layers of vivid imagery to the haunting saga, delivering eerie snapshots that rendered the ghost ship's presence undeniable. Fishermen on fog-wrapped shores narrated sights of the burning Leviathan, recounted with a chilling sincerity that challenged even the staunchest skeptics. Riverboat pilots shared tales of unexpected encounters, moments where the apparition seemed to stretch into reality, its spectral flames alive with mystery. These narratives knit themselves into the broader fabric of local folklore, transforming the Eliza battle into not merely a relic of history, but a living participant in the shared consciousness of the community. The river, in its duality of giver and taker, sustained this legend, making the Eliza battle an ever-present companion to those who dared its waters. In exploring the cultural impact, the Eliza battle reveals its deeper symbolism, a mirror reflecting both spiritual and philosophical insights on the transitory nature of human endeavor. The steamboat's ghostly tale underscores themes of impermanence, reminding us of our vulnerability amid the embrace of nature's elemental forces. It evokes introspection into the delicate balance between technological prowess and the underlying chaos it seeks to tame. Within the Southern Gothic tradition of storytelling, the Eliza battle becomes a vessel for examining not only the spectral, but the very essence of humanity's place within the cosmic order. On deeper examination, the legend becomes an allegory of transformation, marking the blurred lines between life and the afterlife, the tangible and the supernatural. The haunting of the Eliza battle invites spiritual interpretations, suggesting that souls lost in its fiery demise find refuge along the river, lingering within the realm of the living. These spiritual theories propose continuity between earthly actions and metaphysical echoes, posing the specter as a catalyst for redemption or as a reminder of unfinished tales. The apparition's recurrence offers possibilities beyond the borders of physical reality, a timeless resonance that entwines destiny and mystery. The legacy of the Eliza battle's specter is not isolated. It resides within the wider context of river ghost ships that shroud the southern United States, in tales both tragic and mystical. These spectral vessels echo the limits of human achievement, standing as symbols of the interplay between pioneering ambition and the natural world's vast, unyielding domain. Each apparition extends the narrative beyond mere hauntings, offering insight into humanity's ongoing fascination with what remains unexplained, blurring the lines between myth and memories, etched deeply into waterways shaped by both human hands and fates beyond their control. In contemporary culture, the story of the Eliza battle continues to evolve, reaching new audiences through digital storytelling, literature, podcasting, and music. Artists and creatives find inspiration in the magnetic allure of this ghostly legend, channeling its themes into expressions that capture the eerie beauty of its saga. These modern retellings ensure the ship's spectral image remains vibrant, allowing the legend to transcend its regional roots and resonate across temporal and spatial boundaries, a testament to the power of storytelling in the digital age. The Tombigbee River, as an ever-changing conduit, binds the narrative to its setting, offering the spiritual scaffolding for tales that blend historical fact with mythic mystery, and granting the haunting a context of timeless exploration. Here, the eternal dance of water and ghostly flames weaves a tapestry where reality bends and the echoes of the past sound as clearly as they ever have. The river nurtures the story in its fluid embrace, ensuring the Eliza battle remains not as a fleeting specter, but as a living echo that awes and guides those who listen to its haunted serenade. The cultural preservation of the legend ensures its transmission across generations, a testament to the enduring power of oral tradition within communities that thrive along the Tombigbee's banks. Through the cadence of storytelling, the Eliza battle is given voice, a spectral song harmonizing memory with the physical realm, a resonant reminder of how narrative sustains cultural identity and nurtures historical continuity. Tales of the Eliza battle represent not merely entertainment, but act as vessels for shared wisdom, offering a glimpse beyond the shadows, where history mingles with the present. The fire that once consumed the Eliza battle has become emblematic of omens in folklore, a reminder of the thin veil between comprehension and mystery. These fires serve as cryptic harbingers, a hallmark echoed through the tales of portents that anticipate change or disaster. The narrative weaves together myth and warning, offering a glimpse into the shared human desire to extract meaning from the inexplicable, turning tragedy into stories that speak to the communal soul. Within the layers of artistry and representation, the Eliza battle's narrative finds perpetual rebirth, entwining the tangible with the ethereal through cultural expression that resonates across time. Commemorative creations, through art and music, ensure that the ghostly tale continues to inspire, provoke, and evoke reflection, transforming the river's blank canvas into a living testament to the interplay of the seen and the unseen, of memory and myth. In its haunting voyage, the Eliza battle beckons us to cherish the stories that light the darkness, guiding us through the labyrinthine corridors of the past and into the boundless mysteries that lie beyond. Thus, as we drift between the currents of consciousness, we recognize that the borderlands between reality and myth are not barriers, but bridges, pathways inviting us to explore the depths of both our world and ourselves. The Eliza battle remains an unmistakable reminder of the transitory nature of existence, a ghostly ship eternally navigating the fluidity of time and the expanses of the human imagination. A legend that continues to sail through the silken mists of memory and the boundless oceans of story. In the year 1884, a peculiar scene unfolded upon the still expanse of the North Atlantic, near Newfoundland. The grazing light of dawn unveiled the SV Resolven, its sails languidly caressed by the breeze, a sight as serene as it was disquieting. The ship floated as though waiting for a return that would never materialize. Yet, beneath this tranquil appearance lurked the shadows of a haunting mystery, embodying the ocean's timeless and enigmatic whisperings. Her visage, calm yet eerie, beckoned with questions. What unseen forces had compelled the Resolven's crew to vanish, leaving behind a vessel so intact and serene in its presentation? When local fishermen first laid eyes upon her, they felt the strange pull of the sea's mysteries, their minds whirling with the song of unanswered questions. The schooner embodied a riddle and appeared deceptively orderly. Sails were functional, cargo untouched, and an aura of a hurried yet intentional departure lingered, a riddle that lured maritime investigators into its depths. What drove the crew to abandon such a ship silently awaiting their return? Was it a maritime hazard veiled in mist, a mutinous plot, or some profound and ethereal force, the kind whispered of in tales, lurking just beyond mankind's sight? This enigma deepened as maritime inquiry approached, driven by both curiosity and reverence, typical of those who navigate uncharted seas. Seasoned men of the sea approached the vessel with quiet trepidation, their eyes cast upon an eerie silence that cloaked the schooner. They boarded her, discovering warm galley fires and provisions left undisturbed, hinting at moments of life just past. A tableau frozen mid-action, a ship still teeming with the echoes of human presence. Yet, it was a presence that mysteriously vanished, leaving behind the warm vestiges of its being. No sign of struggle, nor evidence of violence could be unearthed. Only an orderly departure marked by the conspicuous absence of the lifeboat. Investigative strides carried scholars past tranquil seas into deep exploration, eroded slowly by the sea into the echoes of its own permanence. Meticulous examinations offered scant details, each more baffling than the last, as if the sea herself conspired to guard her secrets. What earthly or unearthly forces could prompt such an abandonment without apparent cause? Beyond the veil of mundanity, the ghostly aura of the Resolven urged deeper contemplation. Did the crew meet untamed weather, illness, or a mutiny shrouded by secrecy? Or did they venture into mythical domains, realms populated by creatures or psychic phenomena that lured them away? To unveil the mystery of the MV Resolven, one must traverse the time-worn sea of 19th-century maritime culture, where superstition and ritual sailed alongside fact. In a world where legends echoed across waves, seafarers journeyed through an ocean as much mysterious as it was a trade route, governed by omens and curses as real as the lodestar guiding them. On voyages strewn with stories of spirits or creatures lurking amidst the depths, sailors heeded an unseen pact that intertwined mariners and maritime destiny. Could the crew have been caught in this mystic net, succumbing to both tangible error or the phantoms whispered of in nautical lore? Such cultural overlays weave rollicking tales within both seafaring legend and the unexplained, each blending seamlessly with practical understandings. It is within these tales that truth and imagination dance an intimate reel, inviting both inquiry and wonder. Had the Resolven encountered ordinary danger or been gripped by the supernatural realms notorious among sailors' whispered tales? The mystery lying within depths unknown shares space with those ethereal whispers, enlarging the canvas for possibilities. As the MV Resolven floated through these intricate frameworks of both mythology and logic, theories abounded, ranging from the mundane to the extraordinary. Some posited a sudden change in weather, a tempest arriving unbidden, requiring swift departure. Others hypothesized a dire medical event, an unseen cause compelling the resolute command of a lifeboat. Leaps into the metaphysical imagined sea creatures or phenomena, straining the fabric of known reality, as sailors' settings often encouraged such flights into fable. Each possibility nested within a context, yet none spoke definitively to the fate of those aboard, weaving only mystifying echoes in their wake, and leaving the ship's story unresolved. The warm galley fires discovered upon investigators' entry whispered not of hurried persecution, but rather of expected return. A telltale sign etched in ember and ash, this eerie evidence, undisturbed personal belongings, and charts documenting conventional entries spoke nothing of impending demise, all offering only silence amid the ship's echoes. The Resolven housed a ship hum in pause, a breath held, a moment captured before oblivion. What immediate yet non-lethal cause had called the crew away, leaving them adrift in time? The desolate lifeboat implied a decision carried by conviction, not desperation. Yet, the hollow spaces left behind deepened the riddle, its answer cradled in sea salt sprayed mysteries. For those who studied such enigma, the ocean relayed echoes of the MV Resolven through tales and sightings as the years passed, evolving into maritime lore itself. An ethereal visage became a haunt for those who sailed enveloped by fog or darkened skies, a testament to a past still steering through ocean mists. Maritime communities revered these spectral sightings, weaving them into sailors' nighttime stories to keep alive both awe and intrigue, linking human narrative to natural marvel. Ships wafted through tangled myth and memory, living reminders of the sea's compelling spirit, filling sailor and scribe alike with wonder and caution. As though preserved in ghostly amber, the Resolven laid in pristine condition upon discovery, untouched by blight or storm. Pristine sails unfurled, decks unmarred, silence housing them both. A paradox frozen in time, a vessel of action stopped amidst unrealized threat. How could such perfection exist alongside crew emptiness? Absence betrayed secrets, declaring a departure compelled by forces darker than mere wear or dread. Stability remained anchored in stillness, ship decrying no peril, yet persistently patient to maritime meditations, holding mysteries within the rhythm of the waves. Conspicuously adrift, the missing lifeboat resided as tantalizing truth against Resolven's emptiness, each possibility orbiting this absent entity. Did the crew disembark hurriedly in hope, or were they driven by influences unseen? The lifeboat spoke louder than words, a historical beacon sending out untold answers while withholding conclusions. Its vacancy captures an urgency, an intent whispered to the ocean's own rhythm. Few corridors remained unfounded, each an echo of notions unsaid, reverberating through the annals of seafaring dreamt by men who dared ride the back of the world. Throughout charts and tales spread across centuries' waves, the temporal tangles of ghost ships extended beyond Resolven's own haunting call. The Mary Celeste, Carol A. Deering, and others echoed their own intrigue, threads that wove narratives between lands and across waters paved by whispers. These stories test human resilience, the mind's capacity to comprehend what eludes grasp, fascination treading delicate lines between understanding and the incomprehensible. They etched patterns beyond mere anecdote, demanding respect for the unknown elements holding sway upon systems unraveled by the sea, shrouded in both fact and fable. Within the mind's meandering, the psychology of desertion unfolds, an exploration of the human psyche adrift amidst vast, undulating spaces. Fear and delirium prey upon isolated minds, the sea's infinite expanse, sowing seeds of desperation in belief or superstition where clarity fades. The passage between sound and silence leads through corridors unknown held within the soul's own navigation of liminality. These influences create the maritime legacy, casting unexplored imaginations into reverberations of forgotten myths, a landscape perpetually oscillating with sound beyond tangible hearing. First-hand tales, solemnly whispered over lamplight in taverns or the gallant swirl of ale, shape communal narratives shadowing the MV Resolven mystery, a collective memory enriching investigations tied to the core of sea tradition. Survivors recount paths through epochs, echoing bewilderment, uncertainty mapping mariners' own trials and resiliencies. Voices reborn through rhythms marine and misunderstood grant brief understanding before vanishing into centuries, coalescing within new folkloric patterns, still calling into all ears attuned to life's deeper cadences. In literature by lamplight or digital glow, media transmutations explore those shadows, drawing spectral tales from shades of maritime legend into lively expression. Such art forms, from folk reels to modern storytelling, paint the ghost ship narrative in myriad hues. Through suspense, the supernatural, and thriving psychological themes, they illuminate our cultural fascination with those phantom relics that linger between fact and fantasy. They animate life's continuity, embodying shared experiences diffused over time, marrying the sea's call with the siren song of human curiosity and invention. Sailing through remembrances past, fables of oceanic wonders sleep beneath the surface, embedded deep within ancient patterns and silent whispers, a maritime odyssey wherein myth and actuality pursue one another in boundless, encompassing mist. These elusive waters conceal dormant power, aligning sonic depths with past myths into present resonance. It is there one finds truths couched within mysteries, multicolored murmurings mused in both fear and fascination. These tales span spaces where thought and ocean braid ever together into enriched layers beneath a world moving timelessly through moonlit tides. From these depths arise no less potent creatures, essences spun from myth into avenues to embolden dreams. Leviathans, krakens, and hideous glimpses of life atrium echo with both fear and fascination cloaked beneath the image, traversing mystery where light barely bends. Through generations, these beings hint at power and unpredictability, casting shadows where knowledge blossoms, opening unfathomable potential in maritime aspirations. Explorations thus peer into the depths of curiosity, each venture emboldening hearts through imagination's boundless cadence, an eternal harmony sung across unseen oceans. Navigating the uncertain charts and landscapes, echoes and enigmas converge, as atmospheric phenomena and compass deviations hint at the mechanics lying behind Resolven's veil. Celestial entities translate cosmic whispers into faint forces becoming tangible, aiding navigators to astoundingly perceive the uncharted, recalling in song what eyes alone cannot grasp. So frayed, these earthly strands bend but do not break, till one listens to perceptual rhythm with awareness flowing together through rich tones echoing in ocean waves, transcending boundaries, dividing known from the unknown. Calls to the esoteric are ever present, where seers and mystics weave interpretations blending tangible with temporal, guiding introspection toward revelations where waters and currents entwine. The passage through metaphysical inquiry yields profound threads, tales that dissolve restrictions to fruition in the invisible lingerings of ancient times. Herein lies realization, an illumination of both exploration's gift and earthly endeavor toward triumph. Paths charted by prophets and seers guide each to understanding, till woven threads imbued upon the soul dissolve into auroras that glimmer as celestial lanterns. Celestial entities softly bind our sea-bound wanderers to worlds veiled and real, weaving through orderly celestial mechanisms, celestial influences exerting constellations of power and play. Straining perceptions may fixate navigation on rhythmic cosmic patterns, though themselves cherry-picked from greater weavings of fate. Forces determining realities through both seen and unseen celestial connections. They cultivate broader mythologies, eliciting tantalizing specters emerging from perceptual deciduousness, filling hearts with awe of preternatural tides, attempting to see through echoes from oceans deep. In the sonic depths where aquatic mysteries unfold, vengeful powers transfix at twilight's brink of night to dawn, a murmured realm of sound painting mystery's canvas with stunning strokes. Tales say the ocean whispers sweet music, an orchestral overture whose celestial notes mimic epiphany, conveyed through gentle waves singing divine refrains within phantoms and myths. Deeply seated vibrations ripple into questioning minds. What symphony evokes the Variscan mists of melodies, spreading insistent impulses beyond mortal insight? In depths where shipwrecks hold fast, stories sleep frozen under waters forever, veiling truths shrouded within enigmatic embrace. Seas cradle themselves, hissing silent secrets through waves' hushed breath and reefs' leafy shadows, embracing metamorphosed relics, relics sheltering uncharted knowledge beneath salted cleansing sprays. So rest the SV Resolven's wares, a tribute itself to humanity's need to explore, alongside time-handled echoes spanning many ages. Bravely born they seek, ensnaring mysteries beyond silence while patiently listening anew, bathed amid the comforts of the deep's gentle embrace. In the vast expanse of the ocean, where whispers of time dance with the echoes of undulating waves, a solitary figure glided upon the currents in January 2003, entrapped within mystery and silence. The Haiyam 6, a Taiwanese fishing vessel, was discovered drifting off the Australian coast, a ghostly apparition where the rhythms of life and the mechanical thrum of engines belied the haunting absence of human presence. Approached with caution by law enforcement, what was anticipated as a tableau of chaos or conflict was instead a picture of serene desolation, as perplexing as twilight's final glow. The scene aboard the ship evoked an unsettling yet poignant beauty. The engines hummed their mechanical tune, surrounding the untouched interiors where meals lay poised in stasis, caught in a moment that eternity chose neither to alter nor resolve. The air of expectancy clung to each corner, weaving a tapestry of silence articulated by shadowy figures of inference, as if the ship itself was the residue of its own untold tale. It beckoned whispers of storms beyond the immediate grasp, tales written not in logs, but in the then unfathomable silence surrounding every visible surface. Nature itself seemed to have taken the vessel into its fold, guiding it effortlessly southward through invisible pathways crafted by ancient tides, embraced yet unclaimed. It floated through boundaries sown by currents, evading every eye except those brave enough to unravel its silent passage. Like the wind's sigh through the trees, the ship's journey was orchestrated without visible means, steered by unknown hands, or a fate intertwined within the cosmos's endless dance. Upon boarding, investigators turned to the ship's logbooks, chronicles of seafaring life, eager to find the heartbeat of this spectral journey. Yet, pages yielded no secret marks of terror, no scratched pleas etched in haste. The entries relayed the calm of routine voyages, remaining indifferent to the specter's transformation that occurred thereafter. Each word on the page bore the echo of presence, the faint whisper of a voyage expected, yet poised eternal at the edge of an inexplicable abyss. Where then had the crew vanished to? Those flesh-bound souls transformed into spectral memories aboard the physical body of wood and steel. The lifeboats, usually agents of salvation, now served as enigmatic symbols, suggesting either hope or despair, but yielding no concrete testimony. Speculations unfurled in murmur beneath moonlit skies. Could the spectral latter be shaped from pacts unseen or adversaries unknown? Cornered with possibilities, each theory took form as a shadow cast from an ancient telling, one that dissolved into the ether of folklore. The ship's ghostly presence stood a testament to life's fragile continuity. Pots held recipes untasted, horizons remained unexplored. Engines serenaded an expectancy lost, and quarters remained shrines to unseen existence, to belongings of those who evanesced as silently as a dream fading into daybreak. Threads of stories untold echoed through the intimate stillness, questions intertwined with silence, ever searching yet never finding. Amidst the empty corridors of this narrative, a complex puzzle lay bare for authorities to confront. Nations and networks coordinated their efforts to unravel this maritime enigma, yet the echo of silence loomed larger than any fact presented. Ghostly whispers of the vessel seemed to control the narrative, reluctantly holding back the mysteries concealed within the maritime laws of time. Tracing routes digging deep into Taiwan's bustling dockyards, one found Haiyam 6 birthed in tangible form, a vessel of commercial purpose rather than enigmatic inception. Yet its material origins clashed with the intangible tale woven by its final voyage. It sparked efforts entwined with authority, seeking clarity in the predestined route suddenly veiled by the silence of sea and fate. Back in Taiwan, hearts carried a story stitched with longing and absence. Families prepared for once imminent reunions, facing evenings with empty places set at tables of the mind. Unfinished conversations hung in the mind's expanse, punctuated only by words left unsaid. These kin faced tides of uncertainty, holding on to remnants of hope, tying dreams to threads of resilience stretched across the seas. The void the ship left in its wake became a magnetic force, drawing a constellation of theory and conjecture into the public domain. Each hypothesis tugged on the imagination's thread, a tale of piracy entwined with paranormal whispers, secret exchanges on hidden decks culminating in accounts crafting truths both exciting and elusive. Connections widened further, drawing parallels to the fabled company that High-Aim 6 shared with other ghost ships. The Mary Celeste, the Orang Medan, companions adrift, sharing whispers carried on the winds of strange fate. Each story stood as a solitary figure amidst the ether, inviting interpretations to harmonize with the echoing silence, an irresistibly compelling puzzle that beckons comprehension without yielding its secrets. The ocean, keeper of secrets spun in salt, wrapped these enigmas within its liquid embrace. Beneath the surface and the moon's reflective glow, the unseen held sway. Questions lingered beyond the tactile, ripples wandering untethered, and the truth lay dormant above the vast horizon. Amid the investigation stood the undeniable ghostly elements, barely whispered yet thunderously present. Lifeboats suggested arcs of possibilities, humanity erased yet charters uncharted, and nautical charts lined entries never shared. The ship sheltered endless silence, sketches never brought into being, turning tangible vacancy into a contemplative journey uninterrupted by answers. With additional perspectives came reflections wrapped in gentle fibers, stretching beyond documented narratives frozen within time. The High-Aim 6 persists somewhere between mystery's grip and legend's grasp, subtly weaving possibilities upon the waves, exploring paths concealed through epochs and dimensions. Within the dance of speculation, consideration extends to theories ranging from the reasonable to those drenched in the mystical. Did unseen specters engage with captains, guiding unseen hands? Each scenario attested to the richness of human imagination, infusing reality with myth as each specter beckoned to dimensions beyond the known. These intertwined layers of maritime myth conserve the spirit of vessels such as High-Aim 6. These tales serving as eternal guardians of mystery, storytellers ensconced within invisible decks. They encapsulate the romanticism of yet-to-be-discovered realms, spinning narratives against the canvas of time. Underneath lies humanity's fervent aspirations for understanding, tethered amidst the stars waiting for wisdom to unfurl. The tale of High-Aim 6 reaches beyond policy papers and official reports, influencing cautionary practices shaped from shadows intercepted by tangible waves. These documents reflect the broader spectrum into which humanity reaches, and from which progress pirouettes into realms where strategies unfurl amidst perpetual challenges. Across narratives enriched with vivid dimensions, the eternal journey lies in the ethereal, awaiting recognition and reincarnation alongside spectral echoes between whispers. Consciousness wanders amongst reflections of existence, wandering silently across spans unfathomable through realms unseen. And so, within the comforting embrace of the endless waves, bound in the promise of unseen discoveries, history waits, poised on undisturbed lines where possible futures unfold, where ocean whispers echo eternal and depthless like the secrets they guard. The High Aim 6's journey becomes a legacy of dreams and souls, untangling answers woven into the language of the sea, a chapter contributing to the esoteric manuscript of an ever-beating maritime heart. In the swirling mists of maritime legend, few tales are as hauntingly beguiling as that of the Zebu, a Swedish vessel that vanished amidst the tumult of World War II, only to inexplicably re-emerge 6 decades later in a state seemingly unmarred by time. The Zebu sailed proudly under the Swedish flag, set against the backdrop of one of history's most turbulent epochs, becoming both a vicarious symbol of hope and a poignant reminder of the sea's unforgiving embrace. The year was 1943, and as the specter of war cast its shadow across the ocean's vast expanse, countless ships like the Zebu found themselves caught in the crossfire, each fate hanging precariously upon the whims of earthly and mystical forces. Yet, the Zebu did not find her way into enemy hands, nor succumb to the visceral maw of violent seas. She simply disappeared, vanishing into the realm of the unknown, leaving behind a legacy defined not by what was known, but by what was whispered in her absence. Her narrative was neither written nor witnessed, but instead reverberated through the memories of those who sailed her. This phantom presence enraptured the minds and stories of seafarers who passed through the eerie currents of Scandinavian waters. Each telling grew like an untamed seaweed upon the silent ledger of maritime lore, embellishing her disappearance with grace and exuberance, crafting her story into an enduring fabric woven with threads of the spiritual and the unseen. As the fog of time burgeoned, tales of the Zebu's mysterious fate unfurled, grasping the minds and spirits of those who wandered the murky shoals of Scandinavia, stitching her legend with the golden threads of myth and the dark hues of speculation. Like the arcane chantings of old, whispers of her journey echoed across hushed taverns and ports, tales unfurling about clandestine voyages gone awry, or the ship's spectral entanglement with the profundities of the ocean's depths. Did foreign forces coerce her under their banner, or did she capitulate to some malevolent sea creature's abyssal grasp? These questions floated on the winds of conjecture, exploring the dimensions between reality's rigid form and the ocean's fluid mysticism. The Zebu took on an ethereal existence, gliding through dreams and tales, no longer anchored in mere fact. Folk legends and nautical superstitions took root, propagating the possibility of seas enchanted and ghostly realms hidden beneath waves that beckoned sailors to otherworldly horizons. Her image, thus enshrined upon the tapestry of myth, floated nebulously between dimensions of imagination and truth, enriching the maritime folklore as a sentient vessel ensnared in nature's supernatural embrace. Time itself became the canvas upon which her legacy was immortalized, fostering a legend that grew in both depth and dimensions unseen, nurturing the collective maritime consciousness. Yet time, with its unwavering passage, wove forgetfulness into the narrative of the Zebu until, as if at the behest of some cosmic clockwork, her story took an unforeseeable turn. 60 years after her disappearance, the sea unveiled her once more, as if releasing her from the grip of an enigmatic slumber. She emerged not as a relic weathered by years, but with an untouched visage, sails taut, and timber gleaming with an unborrowed luster. The maritime world gasped, collective curiosity igniting anew. Seafarers and scholars alike congregated in shared disbelief, seeking answers to the riddle of her existence, suspended outside the known constraints of time. How could such a return manifest, unmarked by the temporal erosion known to man? The Zebu stood as a paradox defying natural laws, a ship of lore come to life, spurring discussions that transcended her physical form and ventured into the metaphysical. Debates sprung forth like ethereal compasses guiding imaginations through uncharted waters. Was her preservation a testament to an alchemical marvel, a divine intervention that forestalled decay? Or did the seas possess their own inscrutable power to shelter and safeguard their own creations, rendering their return a miracle of nature or something far beyond the grasp of human understanding? Experts pored over her planks, historians traced her lines with care, yet the questions multiplied like reflections upon the water's surface, elusive and dancing just out of reach. Each seam and joint, studied with reverent attentiveness, appeared untouched by the passage of ages. Her immaculate state seemed to challenge the boundary of what nature permits, a marvel to the eyes of those who sought stories in the whispering wind and echoes in the creak of her well-preserved timber. The narrative of her condition became less about what was seen and more about what was inferred, a dialogue between the known world and the ungraspable realms of miraculous existence. It was not only the vessel that returned, though the crew remained spirited away, eluding comprehension as if enveloped by the mystique that surrounded their ship. The absence of the crew, juxtaposed with the tangible presence of their vessel, cast an even more surreal shadow upon the Zebu's return, accentuating the enigma that enveloped her still. Were they specters, shepherding their beloved vessel through an eternal journey beyond mortal grasp? The questions these absent sailors posed became a choral hymn within maritime lore, intertwining lost souls into a tapestry of tales, where explanations flirted with the metaphysical and the mystical. From these narratives emerged visions of the crew between worlds, charting paths across spectral decks, safeguarding their ship while themselves becoming elements of legend, veiled from sight yet present in spirit. They were envisioned as guides through time's labyrinth, slipping through the veils of reality, their essence forever aligned with the vessel that once bore their dreams across tangible seas. Thus arose a mythology of connection, a weaving of presence and absence, spinning threads that created bonds beyond the merely physical, where soul and sea stirred together in a celestial confluence. Narration of the Zebu continued to find its voice, carried on the breath of stories told in seafaring ports, tales spinning from tongue to ear, shaped by the imagination and remembrances of those sharing them. These were stories not fixed upon written parchment, but given life through the vibrancy of oral tradition, where truth mingled with embellishments born of time and telling. As these narratives flowed and ebbed, they captured the enchanting spirit of poetry, blossoming in their lyrical beauty between mariners' musings and fabled shores. Within these oral tapestries lay seeds of reality nestled among the fertile imagination of storytellers young and old, their vibrancy unmatched by the static pages of history. The challenge lay in discerning the heart of these cyclic stories, tracing the lineage of spoken words to their origin, like navigating starlit paths across stormy seas. Such efforts bridged the spaces between myth and reality, giving shape to the intangible, and offered up the Zebu as a living testament to the enduring spirit that lingers where waves merge with twilight. Guided by currents unseen, the Zebu's return was not simply a solitary event, but perceived as embodying the grander patterns of ocean's dance, celestial movements dictating earthly rhythms. Oceanographers found in her saga a narrative woven in the currents beneath, the invisible flow of the world's waters guiding their inquiries toward the unknowable. Here, wondrous pathways were traced, imagined along the lines of currents, piecing together whispers to construct an understanding of cosmic choreography. In such explorations, the seas revealed their intricate portraits, sewn with the communion of time and tide, through waterlines unconfined by human comprehension. Could a ship traverse these hidden rivers, buoyed upon the pull of forces mystical and sublime? Speculative seafarers dreamt of the orchestrations at work, a dance where the invisible strings of nature infused their narratives with resonance, bending the myths and understanding of humanity's relationship with the endless blue. The Zebu, straddling dimensions between known time and eternity's embrace, found herself amidst a symphony, her notes unfurling across history's sky. The temporal and the eternal merged at her bow, casting questions about the mechanisms beneath cosmic chords. Her tale interwove with analogues of old, vessels that sailed outside time, echoing whispers of timeless voyages where reality itself seemed to ripple and bend. In this space, narratives were born anew, unfurling in waves echoing beyond the tangible, carried upon the whispers of an opus undulating from consciousness to unknown earthen shores. As ghost ships have dripped through the annals of maritime history, the Zebu stands alongside them as a testament to enduring mystery. She becomes part of a fleet of legends, alive in the annals of conversation shared beneath starlit canvases. These vessels embodied guardians of untold stories, sewn into the silken tapestries of memory, where the boundaries between reality and myth soften, giving rise to tales persistent upon the breath of whispers. Her legend, like the Flying Dutchman or the Mary Celeste, persisted as an iridescent figure navigating an endless sea of imagination, embellishing the human condition with lessons and questions to explore and embrace. The stories of ghost ships serve as a reminder of the unseen and the unknowable, emblems of the human desire to traverse and understand what lies beyond grasp. Just as these ships are instruments of history, so too are they mirrors of the enigma and the gravity that pull upon our souls. The Zebu rises heroically alongside these mystic emissaries, illustrating contrasts and agreements with the cerulean realm, crafting stories fulled not by mortals, but by the elements that exist beyond comprehension's horizon. In truth, the Zebu's narrative straddles the delicate line between myth and reality, crafting spaces where the fantastical coalesces with the historical. Her tale weaves a conversation between those yearning to understand the intangible and those who glean through legends the threads of true spirit. Her story scripts roles upon the stage of seekers, those who seek answers not carved in stone, but whispered from the eternal echoes of memory. Within this theater, reality walks with myth hand in hand, intertwined in passages where spirit sails and shadow concerts kindle dreams. These dual-world voyages provide intrinsic guidance to chart latitudes of exploration and reflection, calling future seekers to the keels of their kin, embodying the lust for experience encapsulated in celestial navigation. The Zebu's saga refines perspectives, painting her tale in hues of radiance that invite storytelling seekers to dip into the ocean's possibilities. Such quests may invoke nautical superstitions that align with cosmic explorations, ancient wisdoms guiding vessels veiled within the hushed bloom of stars. These archaic narratives intertwine with the Zebu's recitation, breathing life into specters watching from celestial borealis. Here, astral notes dance upon utterance, their story paralleling the radiant journeys across time, offering silent rhythms as companions upon heavenly voyages we strive to discern. Photons play witness as celestial keys, in step with maritime mysteries unfurling, narrating celestial silences tucked beneath star-trimmed horizons. Amidst this serenity, nature's hand traces its ethereal patterns, styling the universe as her canvas and the sea her motif. Within this realm, the Zebu's shimmering myths explore shared reflections drawn from seas unshapely enough to echo truths deep and vibrant. As environmental forces fashion tales that lift consciousness beyond time, spirited narratives of the Zebu echo whispers that traverse tides, unfurling beyond charted bounds. Evoking imagination, narratives born from the Zebu's mystery incite humanity's compulsion to explore realms beyond the physical, urging spirits to sail attuned to human empathetic faculties shadowed by legends. Along the vistas spread across peripheral horizons, dreams and narratives emerge like waves painted upon an infinite expanse. Through speculation, one seeks remains of voyages yet untold, yielding imagination drift toward revelations sailing beyond timeless shores. By situating the Zebu within a contemporary frame, one acknowledges the interplay between traditional narratives wrested from the quiescent depths. Such subjects render her tale a chronicle open under new dialogue, coordinates charted against the cedar stars of nautical knowledge. Her compass rotates, embedding insights through ocean-wide reflections of history's surface across shifting seas. Together, transcendental inquiries reveal the pathways of humankind's yearning for maritime truth. Beneath night's lens, the Zebu ascends, transforming themselves amidst cosmic translations where the eternal rediscovery beckons. In summary, she claims a spot in spectra that glorifies the eternal wayfarer spirit. As seas lose their consonant horizon, echoes of aspiring mariners dance an eternal ballet, entrancing viewers aligned amidst previously uncharted experiences. Navigating through currents, both real and imagined, engages a nuanced capability for cosmological intrigue, allowing modern voyagers curious glimpses beyond conventional limits. The Zebu displays earthbound sailors an invitation to journey transfixed narratives beyond forecasts, evoking purpose-driven odysseys where unfathomable coordination sparks potential within time's effacing grasp. Ultimately, these tales of ghostly returns bring forth narratives untold, reinventing the sea as a vessel for dreams personified through imagination's vivid wonder. What remains in shared silence, once a vessel adrift, invites future endeavors through undiscovered shores beyond needful horizons. The celestial heart of the Zebu glows from timeless depths. Strokes upon ethereal oceans tell of passing ages lingering wherever soul seeks ethereal tribute across gentle seas bent upon an indigo expanse. It warmly recalls a journey interwoven with harmony and tales of exploration, pledging spirit to promise heralded across heavens beneath silent stars. In the whispered tales of the Antarctic seas, amid the brittle winds that carry the echoes of ancient mariners, there lingers the haunting saga of the Jenny, a ship whose name entwines itself with the icy mists of maritime legend. Her story begins with a journey from the port of Isle of Wight in the year 1822, setting sail into the formidable Southern Ocean in pursuit of the great leviathans that once roamed those enigmatic waters. But unlike other ships of her time, the Jenny is remembered not for the bounty she sought, but for the chilling fate that befell her and her crew in the silent expanses beyond the sea's edge. Maritime legend tells us that it was a journey originally destined for the whaling grounds, a venture into the unknown, driven by the allure of riches and the spirit of exploration. In those early decades of the 19th century, the hunt for whales was at its peak, offering whale oil as a precious commodity that lit the lamps of the industrialized world and rendered the finest soaps. And so, men like those aboard the Jenny set out to brave the tempestuous waters, defying the elements and the icy embrace of the southern latitudes, in a quest for the treasures hidden within the folds of the ocean's depths. But fate held a different course for the Jenny. Her voyage was halted, stalled by the cruel, impartial force of nature that swept her into an icy tomb. The ship became entrapped in the Antarctic's relentless embrace, sealing her and her crew in a frigid stasis that would immortalize her in the annals of ghost ship lore. And within her logbook, dated 1823, lay the last chilling entry of her captain, a testament scrawled in desperation, acknowledging their fate among the ice. That final haunting entry in the logbook, etched with the captain's grim acceptance of their icebound fate, became the soul of the Jenny's myth. It conveyed the stark reality that tangled with the eerie, binding those who hear it with a shared breath of ghostly recognition. The despair within those written words resonates as an eternal call to the bewildered observers of history, a bridge between reality and the shadows of maritime legend. The years that followed Jenny's disappearance into the ice saw her transformed into spectral whispers passed down through generations. Mariners journeying through the southern oceans spoke of sightings, of the ship's hulking silhouette emerging from frost-rimed horizons, a shadow upon the ice, a grim specter of what was once a vessel of ambition and hope. These reports were draped in the eerie silence of the South, as much a part of the landscape as the icebergs themselves, and became the fodder for tavern tales where seamen's dreams met superstition and myth danced with the flickering glow of oil lamp flames. As time marched forward, the sightings and stories of the Jenny were woven into the greater tapestry of maritime lore. In these tales, the mystique of the frozen ship thrived, whispered across coats of ice-slick iron and frosted portholes, a ghostly tapestry that no voyage of discovery has managed to unravel completely. The Jenny's tale became a timeless reflection of exploration's perilous edge, a testament to both human determination and the implacable forces of nature. Thus, the legend of the Jenny persisted, finding its way into literary musings and speculative retellings, a piece of history that cries out from the past, a siren song beneath the starry Antarctic skies. Within this ethereal realm, Jenny's legacy serves as a reminder that the line dividing reality and myth is as fragile as the ice that once encased her crew. If we listen closely, perhaps we can hear the wind's whispering crossroads of fate and choice, guiding us to imagine the fate of those caught in the snare of the Southern Ocean's icy arms. Modern seekers of truth and archaeology have not been immune to the Jenny's eerie allure. Her tale beckons the curious to probe the icy depths and consider the enduring question: can the ice preserve not just a moment in history, but the humanity trapped within it? Researchers have pondered whether the cryogenic hold of nature might not only encase artifacts of our past, but elicit questions about life, death, and rebirth in the frozen South. To modern explorers and historians, the story of Jenny extends a tantalizing invitation. Beneath the silent guardians of snow and ice, its discovery could unlock secrets long hidden, bridging the temporal divide between generations. Ventures into the icy wilderness are pursued not only to validate legends, but to peel away the layers of time, seeking truths that linger just beyond our reach. These explorations serve as both meditations on the past and the limits of human endurance, where tentative steps into the unknown ripple into philosophical musings on continuity and cessation. Jenny's spectral wanderings have resisted the boundaries of cultural confines, embracing the transformative embrace of storytelling across distant shores. As tales of her fate were whispered across lands, variations of her myth breathed life into diverse traditions, connecting communities that share an awe for the vastness and treachery of the sea. These global echoes illustrate the ironic universality of maritime adventure. The same story retold across languages and cultures, each version adding its nuance to the shared narrative of humanity's angle with the sublime. Stepping into the realms of the supernatural, one might find in Jenny's legacy the echoes of spirits that haunt the sailor's hour, where night's silence kisses the horizon and old legends brush against the mind. Here, the story takes on a spectral tinge, where figures loom large in the shadowy void, their presence marking the boundary between the corporeal and the ethereal. These ghostly tendrils of the supernatural trace the paths of mariners' superstitions, anchored in the heart, where tales of the unexplained find fertile ground. The notion of ghost ships is an enigma graced with theories as varied as the sea itself. The Jenny lures the imagination to ponder the fringes where cosmic forces and earthly confines interlace. Was her fate sealed by mere chance and harsh climes, or did she sail into intersections of time, entangled within planetary mystery? Such contemplations dwell in the whispering depths where philosophical reverence meets historical conjecture, mirroring our quest for meaning in vast oceans unexplored. Jenny resonates through this liminal space, a tale that defies its glacial confines to become an eternal part of the maritime narrative. The story serves as both cautionary legend and philosophical dialogue, a place where ghostly reminders echo for posterity. It urges us to lean into the unknown, to listen for the echoes of the frozen south, and perhaps to hear beyond the icy whispers, to the murmurings of history's hallowed depths. The Southern Ocean will forever remain integral to the narrative. Breathtaking in scope and fraught with peril, it embodies nature's icy extremes and the crescendo of human ambition, a primeval canvas on which Jenny's legend is eternally sketched. This celestial interplay of light and dark, of vaporous mists and star-laden skies, is the stage upon which history's most haunting mysteries unfold, offering a portal through which we glimpse the vast interconnectedness of creation and the passage beyond. Jenny's tale offers echoes that resonate in the winds of ancient oceans. Like a ghost, it wavers on the verge of concealment, reminding us that the stories of those lost to time are as much about the whispers of the sea and the ice as they are about the enduring spirit of exploration and the bearers of curiosity. Through its mysterious veneer, Jenny's journey invites us on a voyage where history, legend, and imagination become inexorably entwined, and where the eternal whisper of the sea waits to be heard once more. In the twilight of its history, the MV Lyubov Orlova carries a tale of enigmatic drift, echoing across the vast expanse of the North Atlantic like a spectral whisper. Born in 1976 within the industrial embrace of former Yugoslavia's shipyards, it was named after a beloved Soviet actress, a poetic fusion of art and maritime craftsmanship intended for the grand polar voyages. The Antarctic and Arctic waters once welcomed the ship's elegant terrace as it ferried intrepid adventurers eager to witness Earth's icy peripheries. Yet as years unfurled their inexorable march, the ship's glory faded, succumbing to time's relentless hand. Disrepair and financial woes left a once magnificent symbol of exploration adrift in implacable uncertainty. By the dawn of the second millennium, the Lyubov-Orlova lingered suspended between worlds. Decommissioned in 2010, its passage was wrought with ownership disputes and intricate financial tender webs. Finally, in a turn of events forged by human hands and unpredictable seas, it was decreed in 2013 that the vessel would be towed from Canada toward a final rest in the Dominican Republic's ship-breaking shores, its storied service concluded in memory and metal. Yet destiny had other plans, for the tow line snapped amid roiling seas, severing ties with the tugboat, and thus commenced the Lyubov-Orlova's ethereal journey into ghostly renown. The release into the cold embrace of the ocean was unintentional, crafted by nature's indifference and human misjudgment. Unmanned and without self-propulsion, she became a derelict, a wanderer upon untamed tides. For the Canadian authorities overseeing her departure, dilemmas arose not unlike those faced in times of ancient maritime misadventures, hazard burdened with uncertainty. Should they shoulder the daunting task of recapture under the threat of immersive costs, or allow the vessel to meander into ambiguous international territories? Wisely or not, the latter course was charted, lest responsibility evolve into an uncontainable enterprise. Enshrined in rust, a mute menace upon maritime lanes, the Lyubov-Orlova's drift became a phenomenon of both awe and trepidation. It wove tales anew, a spectacle drawing eyes from nations as it grew more distant, suturing its spectral presence into the endless azure. The decision to let it drift attracted critique, environmental fears intertwined with conjecture. Could it one day reach ecologically vulnerable shores, reworking vulnerable ecosystems with foreign pollution? Would the unyielding tides carry it toward maritime arteries, rendering it a peril to vessels navigating globe-fretted waters? And so, the Lyubov-Orlova remained afloat, her saga lingering stubbornly upon the ocean's skin as the years pressed on. Satellite identifications and curious reports cropped up intermittently, illumined briefly by searching eyes of technology scanning Earth's vast waterscape. Was the ship still weathering the relentless forces, unharmed yet untethered, akin to those legends birthed of sea and storm? The unanswered inquiries stirred vigorous imaginations across realms both scientific and conspiratorial. At intervals, seafarers claimed glimpses of her rusted silhouette, descriptions cloaked in myth that painted a picture of periphery-bound wonder, impermanent but ever there. Rooted in maritime fear, the Lyubov-Orlova became a thread in humanity's timeless tapestry of folklore. Ghost ships, forever drifting, have seeped into the consciousness of sailors and storytellers alike, reminders that beneath our constructed veneer lies a vast ocean, indifferent yet mystically charged. Her increasing reputation took on flesh when rumors bore tales of cannibalistic rats inhabiting her compartments. These unearthly images, as unverified as they were fantastical, spurred an imagination already rich with vivid imagery from timeless maritime horror tales. A ship forsaken of its humankind, teeming instead with creatures in feral self-sustenance, bore the heavy weight of symbol and specious reckoning. In truth, while reason laid aside these lurid portraits, their compelling nature thrived, painting the ship into humanity's creative canvas. These narratives served as allegories of neglect and hubris, contributed to by an instinctive fear of abandonment under nature's sway. Echoes called for understanding of retention and resilience. The story resonated, not wholly for its veracity, but for its deeper, darker introspection into humanity's dominion over the environment. Did this chronicle of metal and mystery serve as a cautionary tale? While the Lyubov Orlova drifted, so too did the discussion on environmental stewardship. What repercussions might arise from those forsaken structures left to the ocean's capricious mercy? The persistence of its drift begged these questions, uncovering uncomfortable realities within maritime governance presumed unassailable. Who held responsibility for a ghostly floating emissions threat should such a vessel release contaminants upon unsuspecting seas? The immediate threat waned compared to the potential reality crafted from human negligence, juxtaposed against the ocean's vast immensity. Reflecting larger systematic flaws, the Lyubov Orlova illuminated critical gaps in the architecture of maritime law. Laws bound by international treaties, outlined boundaries and prescriptive concerns, yet loophole-ridden was their application toward derelict responsibilities. Maritime authorities, scholars, and industries pondered this predicament with newfound urgency, pushing for reform that dared not skirt the present yet unaddressed realities emerging from this modern-day ghost ship's plight. Thus, a tapestry of fascination unfurled in humanity's subconscious. The Lyubov Orlova resonated with those eternal themes of lore, provoking reverence for such ships as they journey amidst untamed seas, untethered yet interconnected with the oceans. With each recollection across media, culture, and storytelling endured, touching upon the ship's voyage through a kaleidoscope of symbolism and interpretation, each familiar with its persistent theme of humanity's quest for discovery and mastery over imperfect dominions. And with these collisions of storytelling, the stories of ghostly craft etched spaces within threads of collected consciousness. Here lay humanity's attempt at constant exploration within the world, oceans casting reflections of past, present, and future quests for adventures unending, a bridge stretching toward ethereal paths that navigate Earth and stars. Further, the Lyubov Orlova's saga garnered the imaginations of the world's billions by transcending cultural confines in its maritime lyricism. As media enlisted every lens of cultural discourse, she became a narrative vested and wrought within art and literature. Ghostly voyages emerged, prompting novels, documentaries, and digital chronicles extolling its adventures, spinning her enigma into digital strands replicated across earthly divides. As a ghost ship, its metaphorical portrayal continued to mirror humanity's unceasing endeavor toward understanding its own transcendence within time's unyielding grip. The rusting body of this enigmatic vessel laid forth not merely within oceanic territory, flux between attainment and ephemera, but also as muse revered by explorers of sanctorum beyond worldly constraint. Humanity's link to the ocean perpetuates a dance of life, forging it into the most tangible yet elusive realm, dictating inexplicable lines between nature's unity and human aspiration. Through turbulent winds and waves writ upon nature's gleaming blue canvas, Lyubov Orlova remains untamed, forgotten in purpose, yet celebrated existentially, asserting the spring of inspiration from whence fascination compels our eternal sojourn. It unwinds reflections upon the ocean's heritage, weaving within human endeavors, inviting light upon paths expansive and glorious, urging whispers to elusive mystery's illumination, concealed between sky and sea. In the silent expanse of the Philippine seas, as dawn's first light unfurled across the water, an eerie sight materialized, the spectral figure of Lianseng No. 10, adrift and alone. This ghost ship, stripped of its crew and markings, floated like a wraith conjured from the mists, whispering tales of an unknown past bound by the omnipotent grasp of the ocean. Its unexpected presence on the waves opened a floodgate of anxiety mingled with the silent thrill of encountering the uncanny, a phenomenon existing between reality and myth. The ocean guards its secrets with an untamed spirit, a reminder of humanity's ceaseless curiosity and our own temporal displacement. Ships like Lianseng No. 10 defy neat categorizations, becoming physical embodiments of mysteries that our understanding has yet to reconcile. Its presence imparts a chill of the uncanny, neither entirely in this world nor wholly belonging to the realm of folklore. Its rust-tinged hull invited quiet contemplation of an untold voyage, forcing observers to reckon with the latent potential of abandoned paths and histories unmade. Amidst an ocean touched by the early sun's luminous strokes, the empty deck of Lianseng No. 10 stirred questions regarding destiny and the inexorable will of the sea. Was its abandonment a sudden retreat, a calculated choice, or a catastrophic event unforeseen? Its quiet solitude reflected back to us the unexplored trajectories that linger in our own lives, where decisions remain unwalked and ambitions whisper unfinished intentions. Each limp rope, each still ladder, became a testament to bygone endeavors, a relic lost to the language of salt and mist. Ghost ships, untethered from linear time, serve as poignant reminders of time's capricious nature. They exist in a temporal dance where past, present, and future coexist on a vessel seemingly suspended outside the constraints of this world. The Lianseng No. 10's condition spoke of untold histories, while hinting at a future shrouded in mystery. The symphony of seawater against its neglected hull, crafting a timeless melody kept secret by the ocean's deep heart. The elasticity of time is a theme well known in metaphysical discourse, as seen through ships like these that offer portals into the ineffable. They remind us of the transient grasp we have on moments, how they ripple away before true comprehension strikes, much like dreams dissipating under morning light. Ghost ships float in this surreality, capturing temporal awe. They provide tranquility for those seeking life's temporal contemplation, whispering that the unseen often plays a more significant role than we accept. Lianseng No. 10 similarly glided through the corridors of the collective unconscious as a universal archetype. Deeply embedded into the ancient themes of maritime folklore, it evoked shadowy realms shaped by our mythological imaginations. These empty vessels, stripped of human presence, raised questions about safety and sanity, and mankind's ceaseless quest to understand what lurks beneath the surface of tangible reality. Our collective fear of the unknown finds crystallization in tales of ghost ships, weaving a rich tapestry of shared memories and introspective exploration. In reflective silence, the story of the Lianseng No. 10 murmured ancient rhythms, echoing ancestral cries for discovery and acceptance of human fragility against the vastness of the unseen. These vessels serve as mementos of humankind's oldest fears, that of becoming lost in the living waves, and a testament to our ancestors' enduring spirits, drawn ever onwards by the horizon's gentle call. The vessel itself bore the air of a mystical traveler on a sacred voyage, encapsulating a soul's quest untethered from worldly moorings. Tied to ideas of spiritual journeys, the spectral ship moved not only through waters, but traversed metaphysical spaces within the seeker's heart. As vessels of pilgrimage, ghost ships reflect philosophical contemplations of spiritual journeys and crossings, guiding souls on a quest for enlightenment that extends beyond the material world. In myth and reality alike, such ships embody the pilgrimage in itself, speaking deeply to philosophical musings on individual journeys. They represent spiritual tutors for the soul's perennial quest. the yearning for a home beyond the material horizon. Ghost ships act as guardians of an invisible map charted by the stars, offering comfort and serenity for those searching beyond physical realms, inviting seekers to locate more profound bearings of soul and spirit. The Liansang number 10 engaged in an eternal conversation with the elements, positioned delicately at the mercy of winds and waves. Like a bard, it whispered stories into the breezes, disseminating its tales across the vast hydrological tapestry. The whispers of voices once heard within its now empty chambers echoed, like unspoken prayers mourning lost hopes and lives. These haunting sounds remind us there are dimensions of understanding unseen and unapproachable by simple logic or observation. Within such nautical phantoms lies an essence of cosmic forces, urging us to tune into harmonies between the physical and ethereal, pondering our relationships with the Earth's primordial forces. As these ships float, seemingly detached from history's linear narrative, they invite reflections on how identity binds us to communal constructs. These drifting vessels offer a place to contemplate freedom from roles assigned by society, providing a chance for rebirth where definitions, identities, and restraints dissolve in azure trance, inciting endless potential for transformation. In its decaying form, Liansang number 10 stood as a poetic testament to the cycles of decay and renewal, echoing deeper truths on impermanence and transformation. Its rusted hulls and splintered masts inspired reflection on the inevitability of aging and the transient beauty found in temporal fragility. Observing the ship in its state of gradual decline, one contemplated how these cycles mold our collective philosophies, enriching our lived experiences in a tapestry of disorder and rebirth. Ghost ships offer mirrors of our own journeys through entropy, inviting acceptance of life's intrinsic impermanence and profound showcases of transformation. Such vessels serve as poignant remembrances of Earth's timeless narratives, evoking the entropy inherent in life's ephemeral dance and the tranquil wisdom it bestows. These vessels maintain their enigmatic allure, remaining as vessels of consciousness, luminaries sailing in a sea of thought within the collective psyche. Their presence whispered of unity and solitude, hinting at the confluence of individual and universal pathways that bind all of humanity. Liansang number 10 whispered stories both heard and unheard, floating through a cosmos of imagination. It guided humanity towards ancient wisdom, connecting seekers anew with dreams, guiding past and future actions beyond material frameworks. These ghostly fleets embody representations of spiritual connections, echoing the lexicons of thought and titular space through which voyages perceived only in solitude might traverse endless routes. Its tale, whispering through ages, provided a testament to humanity's enduring connection to both culture and time, an everlasting mystery beneath known territories. The vessel carried the echoes of antiquity and modern enigma intertwined, its journey a reminder of the ever-spinning web of fate. Bridging the chasms between myth, culture, and time, it urged contemplation of how elements intertwine across cultural narratives. Being able to move without a defined past, Liansang number 10 inspired freedom from narrative boundaries, enhancing how we create context amidst societal constraints. Its presence allowed listeners to reimagine identity unshackled from traditional moorings, offering a chance to embrace unimagined potentials in an age-old voyage of consciousness. A reminder to seek the enduring wisdom within spiritual discovery, ghost ships remain as spiritual entities, bridging opaque, silenced histories. Within the rhythmic dance of the ocean's grace, ghost ships like Liansang number 10 harmonized with nature's elements, crafting a symphonic processional that wove silent hymns through tides that flow with undeniable force. These rhythmic cadences inspire mindful attentiveness, where the music enclosed within its silence invites tranquil exploration and introspection. Ghost ships encourage us to uncover the intrinsic soundscapes within ourselves, nurturing the art of harmonious living betwixt our conscious and unconscious selves. Drifting as emissaries of knowledge, ghost ships chart mythic paths beyond tangible explorations. They remind us that pathways of understanding stretch beyond the limits of material confines, extending to include the metaphysical realms where mysteries dwell and exploration forever ensues. These vessels travel untethered waters, each passage embodying a fragmentary narrative of human inquiry, perpetually shaping our perceptions of reality. Lianseng number 10 bears witness to continuous odysseys, reflecting spiritual symbiosis and alchemical quests across mystical terrains. It conveys the enduring nature of travel, merging the ship and its seafaring odyssey into a reflection of universal consciousness. In the cosmos' unending embrace, drifting vessels guide as vessels and wayfarers, whispering truths imbued with awe. This union between observer and pilgrim is where ghost ships exist, ever portraying the eternal dance of presence amidst tangible absence. Reaching across the span of intersubjective connection, they foster an understanding of the symbiotic nature of perception, urging deeper appreciation for the unseen as intrinsic as that which is visible. Within their silent celestial dance, ghost ships beckon the listener into vast realms of introspective exploration, bridging temporal gulfs with grace and gentle reverie. Thus, as vessels like Lianseng number 10 navigate the ocean's endless symphony, they intimate a gentle call to embrace the mysteries of the deep ocean, blending notes with the serenade emanating from infinite horizons. As beacons of forgotten pasts and future possibilities, they hold space for listeners to dream, to ponder, and to float gently on the winds of eternal cosmic pilgrimage. In their timeless drift, they invite us into the bosom of the sea's whispers, where the currents of eternity flow tenderly, now and forevermore. In the vast uncharted waters of human curiosity, where stories of ships lost at sea transform into the legends that perpetually capture our imagination, lies the tale of the Sam Ratulangi PB 1600. This substantial cargo vessel set sail on a routine voyage from which it would disappear in 2009 without a trace, only to re-emerge in 2018, evoking wonder and contemplation. Unraveling the journey of the Sam Ratulangi demands a nuance reserved for ancient narrations by mystical bards under starry skies, where spirits whisper tales both of the known and the unknowable. Unfolding its story, we see a modern-day ghost ship that captures the enigma of vanished vessels. Starting in 2009, the disappearance left ripples of confusion that continued to crescendo over nearly a decade. With no distress signals or scattered debris, the ship and its crew simply ceased to exist in the realm of the tangible, akin to a mirage dissolving into the sea's mist, leaving nothing but heavy uncertainty for those who awaited their return. As the families lingered in a tragic limbo, navigating through hopeful vigils and the haunting whispers of despair, they gathered in the silent fellowship of those who understand that the sea sometimes takes, without returning anything other than mysteries. It isn't so much the disappearance itself that etches this story into the annals of maritime lore, but rather the haunting re-emergence that occurred almost 10 years later. In 2018, the ship drifted near the coast of Myanmar, no longer a figment of unending hope, but a stark reality filled with absence and silence. Upon its rediscovery, it presented itself as a spectral husk, floating with the eerie solitude of an ancient temple unearthed. The desolate discovery of the vessel, structurally intact but eerily bereft of life, was like encountering a narrative with missing pages, tantalizing in its incompletion. Boarding the Sam Ratulangi was akin to stepping onto hallowed ground where time had collapsed upon itself, and humanity's essence vanished into whispers of the unknown. It was clear to investigators that abandonment had been purposeful, carried out with a startling silence and absence of struggle. Somehow, everything seemed meticulously executed by invisible hands that left no fingerprints, no trail to guide the logical mind back to the moment of departure. Here, logic and reason exited like a retiring symphony, making room for the ethereal undercurrents of speculation. Many theories emerged, some entwined with the cold hands of human malfeasance, and others born from the quiet, speculative minds drawn to the ghostly allure of the impossible. Perhaps this vessel fell into the talons of piracy, the maritime menace that inevitably surfaces within every oceanic mystery. However, the ghostly emptiness of the vessel, bereft of its crew and cargo as it languidly re-emerged, appeared to contradict such earthly explanations, challenging what we know about the motives bound to greed and violence at sea. Theories then turned toward nature's hand, those capricious forces that govern the deep, such as fierce storms or rogue waves, the sea's own ghostly fingers that mold human fate like clay. Yet, the ship's intact emergence defied such natural calamities, steering the heart toward mystical contemplations. Those who tell stories of the sea often find themselves adrift in the realm of superstition and folklore. Like so many ghost ships, the Sam Ratulangi PB 1600's tale has drifted into paranormal waters, where logic is but a ghostly specter overshadowed by myths of cursed vessels, haunted by ethereal motives beyond human discernment. In the shadows of proverbial specters, science interjects with mellow reason. The dance of ocean currents plays its own symphony, orchestrating the paths of vessels across oceans with rhythmic precision, an enigma of the mundane world. Scientists embark on meticulous investigations of marine drifts, tracing the ship's mysterious journey like ancient mapmakers casting their ink upon parchment to reveal the ocean's hidden paths. The Sam Ratulangi stands as a testament not only to the lore of ghost ships, but also to the phenomenon that challenges our growing knowledge of the world. Even in an age where technology seeks to unveil every corner of the Earth, where GPS signals map our wanderings with the transparency of glass, the disappearance of this vessel underscores the perpetual elusiveness of the sea's vast embrace. The ship's own history must be recounted from its genesis to its specter-like reappearance, speaking to those first days when it emerged as a new entity from steel and sweat, destined for purposes interrupted by the mystique of its final voyage. Therein lies the core mystery, the skeleton key to deciphering emptiness without trace, a peculiar phenomenon prevailing among abandoned ships that echoes through the ages. Of why or how a ship might become a ghostly wanderer, its crew vanished without notice, its very purpose suspended in the thin netherworld between plausible reality and imaginative fiction. As investigators ventured further into unraveling the mystery, inquiries were sparked far and wide, tracing the vessel's possible drift across the oceans. Speculative ventures unfolded, deciphering its erratic journey as though revisiting constellations once used by ancient mariners to navigate uncharted realms. Among shadows cast into the financial tapestry of maritime operations lay discussions rich with intrigue about maritime insurance. The disappearance and sudden reappearance of ghost ships like the Sam Ratulangi challenge those entangled in the imperceptible workings of maritime insurance claims and salvaging rights, casting a complex web wherein the facets of resilience, finance, and temptation intertwine. Reactions from the maritime community ranged as wide as the oceans themselves. There were voices of cautious inquiry, of experiential fear, each echoing through communal gatherings with an inherent understanding that ghost ships like these defy the certainties upon which the modern maritime world attempts to stand. They stir ashen echoes from ancient sagas where vessels, akin to deities, bore omens and misfortune, where humans became both actors and witnesses to the theater of the nautical divine. In Myanmar, where it reemerged, local lore embraced the mystery, weaving it into tales of ghostly presence and infusing the Sam Ratulangi into the tapestry of their waters, a spectral testament to the region's already abundant stories. The scientific community, marine biologists, and oceanographers alike observed with discerning eyes, eager to understand the ecological and biological impact that such long, detached voyages impart on the oceanic environment. The untouched mystery of such drifts cultivated broader ecological research, nurturing a deeper reverence and understanding of our planet's intricate systems. Thus, the Sam Ratulangi PB 1600 endures as an eternal enigma, a chapter etched into the chronicles of maritime history. It echoes with the dual nature of the sea, an entity of both predictable patterns and spontaneous mysteries. Its story offers a silent testament that humankind's conquest of nature is never absolute, that wonderment at the ocean's secrets retains the power to provoke awe and introspection. Ghost ships like the Sam Ratulangi PB 1600 surface within our collective consciousness as harbingers, reminding us that even amidst technological triumphs, many answers elude us like fleeting dreams. They whisper of a world where knowledge and imagination coexist within the undulating embrace of the sea's unending embrace. In the boundless expanses of Earth's oceans, ghost ships embark upon a journey all their own. These enigmatic vessels, seemingly untethered from the threads of time, drift in quiet autonomy, each carrying a silent story wrapped in the persistent embrace of the waves. From the depths of maritime disasters to whispers of legendary tales passed down through generations, these vessels draw us into their mystery, as if asking, where do they vanish to? Throughout history, the appearance and subsequent disappearance of these spectral sentinels have captivated the imaginations of many. For those who find themselves drawn to the mysteries of the ocean, these ghost ships represent riddles waiting to be solved. Each disappearance is an unsolved mystery, pulling curious minds into the intricate dance of forgotten truths. If Heracles faced the Hydra, modern explorers find their challenge in these ghost ships, piecing together a maritime mosaic that defies the traditional boundaries of geography and physics. The ocean itself is a colossal mystery, alive with networks of warm and cold currents crisscrossing the globe, like the veins in a living creature. These currents provide both paths and obscurity to the wandering ships, carrying them like leaves in a stream, moving them through borders, and casting them adrift in legend. Despite the advances in ocean mapping, technology that can decipher the seafloor's vast labyrinth, there remain uncharted expanses that shroud ghost ships in mystery. Even with satellite imagery and sonar sweeping the depths, the oceans maintain a cloak of obscurity, concealing these vessels and their unknowable journeys. Ocean currents serve as nature's navigators, moving masses of water across great distances with a rhythm as precise as a symphony. The currents such as the Gulf Stream and the Humboldt Current dictate climates, distribute nutrients, and create migratory paths for marine life. To the aimless ghost ship, these currents are unseen guides, steering them through the unknown toward unseen destinations. Caught within this aquatic web, each ghost ship's journey is unwritten and unpredictable, ensuring that their paths become speculative maps of maritime lore. In our age of digital eyes, with radar and satellite technologies ever vigilant, the quest to track these wandering vessels continues unabated. With contemporary shipping relying on transponders and automatic identification systems, these tools allow for constant monitoring. Yet, ghost ships relinquish such identifiers, allowing themselves to be spirits of the sea. The absence of electronic ties creates a void between their reality and human understanding. Even the most advanced systems face challenges from storms, sonar shadows, and the vastness of the ocean, allowing ghost ships to glide through these nets, feeding imaginations with the mystery of their unsearchable movements. Consider the Ryuun Maru, a ship that floated aimlessly across the Pacific, a product of nature's raw might in the wake of the 2011 Japanese tsunami. Without a crew, this maritime wanderer became a modern ghost ship, a testament to the forces that unbind ships from their moorings. It captured public attention as it neared North America, its path marked sporadically by tracking signals until its demise near Alaska. Its journey from inception to conclusion embodies the ghost ship phenomenon, combining reality with the elements of urban myth and illustrating how it exists both veiled and venerated. Within these ghost ships thrives an eerie absence, an otherworldly silence hovering over their decks. The absence of life and the stories untold stir the uncanny with the echo of those who have walked there before. Each timber, touched by time, whispers the fading notes of voyages long past. This silence becomes a canvas for the imagination, where speculation fills the void and legends of mutiny, piracy, or more otherworldly explanations unfurl. Engaging with these silent vessels calls for more than an exploration of the physical realm. It is a journey into psychogeography, examining the lines between place and perception. Ghost ships reflect ungoverned spaces, inviting contemplation of human consciousness and the paranormal. As they drift unclaimed, these ships challenge humanity's need for control, testing logic and structured reasoning, and offering metaphysical questions about our place in the universe. The sea, with its timeless life stories inscribed in its depths, has woven these ghost ships into folklore and legend. Becoming beacons of mystery, they transcend maritime laws and become symbols of divine retribution or lost fate. Echoed across various cultures, from Dutch seafaring lore to the sagas of Norse mythology, they bear witness to the tapestry of human experience on the open seas. In these stories, the eternal battle of awe and wonder against fear and caution plays out against the ocean's vast horizons. In the rare instances when a ghost ship re-emerges from obscurity, their return echoes with lessons of forgotten histories. Each appearance is a profound reminder of the stories left untold, evoking curiosity about the unfathomable depths they emerged from. It is a chance for exploration and understanding, with society offered glimpses into forgotten eras, each ship returning as the herald of a mystery to inspire the generations that follow. Maritime superstitions intertwine intricately within ghost ship narratives, their timeless dance surviving through countless cultures and times. Tales of spirits guiding vessels or reaping revenge are rich within these seafaring myths, cautioning sailors against tempting fate. In these traditions, living echoes of shared experiences shape the understanding of the sea, casting tales that blend the tangible with the mystical. The enduring power of stories draws from generations of seafarers, fertilizing our understanding of the ghost ship phenomenon. Whispers of lost tales and ancient fears envelop the mind's eye, transforming narratives through the cultural and social fabric of sea-bound communities. They spark reflections of our shared humanity, transcending language and borders, inviting us to learn from past mistakes and seek new paths through story and song. Unclaimed ships carry with them enigma and legend, floating like ghostly messages within the jurisdictional seas of man. Without owners to claim or return them, these vessels challenge assertions of control, drifting enigmatically through realities cannot be explained regions as humanity debates their significance. Encountering a ghost ship is a walk along liminal spaces, a meeting with elements that dwell between known and unknown waters. Their ethereal presence shows the intricate embrace between mind and ocean, netherworld and corporeal existence. They whisper of existential uncertainties and the complexities of human consciousness at the boundary between the remembered and the forgotten. The ocean acts as historian, an elemental curator holding and occasionally revealing the epochs of history through these floating relics. Ghost ships dwell within this watery archive until time or chance makes them visible once more, each cresting wave preserving or obliterating traces of voyages gone by. They remind us of the deep connection between the elemental world and the threads of human fate. Time and entropy are intimately tied to the fates of ghost ships. Caught in nature's inexorable dance, these vessels slowly erode, turning wood to wreck and metal to rust. Though physicists speak of entropy as the arrow of time, these ships testify to resilience, ghosts of their past journeys with whispers of the legends etched upon them. Each reappearance of these skeletal specters rekindles old tales, awakening stories long dormant within the collective memory. As they surface, the vessels breathe life into narratives anew, emboldening societal curiosity as witnesses to the profound encounters with these wondrous remnants of the sea. The sea is a reflection of the mind, just as ghost ships echo our journey into realms of self-discovery. These spectral vessels symbolize both potential and imagination's voyage, stretching the confines of perception to explore the frontier of consciousness aboard floating dreams and manifested myths. Ghost ships occupy a liminal space, a delicate balance between truth and illusion, existing at the intersection of seen and unseen realms. The soft boundaries they inhabit invite us to delve deeper into questions of reality's duality, drawing parallels between perception and understanding, recording humanity's voyages as tales that transform memory into legend. Time's cycles and spirals assist in unraveling these mythical lives, as ghost ships weave through seas like currents of understanding that bind old beginnings with new discoveries. In the symphony of time's sea, the resonance of these vessels enhances the shadows of exploration, nudging us towards discovery within the infinite whirls of their dance. The impact of ghost ships echoes through generations, creating cultural tapestries woven with threads of lore. They offer connections to the eternal currents of human imagination within societies bound by the nautical narrative, offering glimpses of the universal journey across the ocean's reaches. Despite romantic elements purple to their nature, the interpretation of ghost ships benefits from scientific illumination. By harnessing insights from biology and environmental transitions, science adds factual luster to the profound obscurity alongside its traditional mystique. Where do ghost ships disappear to beyond our sight? Humanity's ever-pressing question lingers like uncharted territory, tracking the mysteries carried on for centuries through spectral tales passed down through seafaring lore, teasing the known with the unknown's possible revelations. These stories remain a reflection of desire, a beckoning call toward the hidden answers beyond nautical horizons. As this odyssey reaches its destination, the inquiry into untold horizons continues to unfold. Ghost ships remain as testament to humanity's relentless quest for truth and understanding. They are symbols that defy definitions, exemplifying our eternal journey for knowledge and meaning, drifting as echoes of past deeds on the tides of time. Ultimately, ghost ships become part of an endless dance upon the celestial canvas of human imagination, urging explorers to seek the unknown. Their currents intertwine with the stories of countless ages, flowing into the ports of past dreams. A continuum of ceaseless exploration, an eternal celebration of the spirit of adventure that lives as strong today as it has throughout all known ages, guiding us forward across the vast, resonant sea that is the boundless human mind.